Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Do come and take a seat. You're very welcome, and this is the right place. Isn't it nice to be in a room with people again? So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this International Conference Day of the Metropolitan Innovation Summit RAW 2022. My name's Natasha Walker, and it's my great pleasure to be your moderator throughout this exciting and very informative day. And I'm really looking forward to hearing a lot of presentations, but also giving you the opportunity to have many rounds of exchange with each other at this international conference. But now it's time to invite our hosts to welcome us here today and kick off the proceedings. Let's start with Dr. Mark Speich, Permanent State Secretary for Federal European International Affairs and Media of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia.
Very much for this warm welcome. Parliamentary State Secretary Hovenjürgen, lieber Josef, liebe Frau Professorin Hohn, liebe Frau Geist-Netthöfel, Professor Ratti, mayors, distinguished delegates from Greater Manchester, Pittsburgh, Randstadt, Silesia, Tel Aviv, and Sukuba. Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the state government of North Rhine-Westphalia. It is really great to see so many known faces and to see so many new faces here in Halle 12 of Zeche Zollverein. The idea of the Metropolitan Innovation Summit came up more than 4 years ago at a round table here at Zollverein. And then, unfortunately, and you're all aware of that, the pandemic got in the way of our plans and we had to postpone the summit twice. Because one thing was very clear for us, we wanted to have it as a person-to-person meeting, not as a virtual event. So I'm very happy today that our idea finally becomes reality and we get the chance to come together. I would like to thank our cooperation partners in this endeavor, the competence field Metropolitan Research of the University Alliance Ruhr and the Ruhr Regional Association, and I'm really grateful for the enormous support we got from those organizations. Thank you so much for that. I think that there could be no better location for this summit to take place than Zollverein, a showcase for the transformative power of the Ruhr region. Once covered in coal dust, it has now become a prime example for modern industrial culture. What was once the biggest coal mine in the world is now home to museums, part of the Volkswagen University, and, as many of you know, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The Ruhr area has always been a place of constant change. With the Ruhr Conference, the state government of North Rhine-Westphalia set up a process that will help move the region towards its next level of transformation. The core idea of the conference is, let's join forces. The Ruhr area is an urban region comprising 53 cities, towns and villages in the Ruhr, Emscher and Lippe valleys. It is home to more than 5 million people. These people have always stuck together. The spirit of coal miners underground rubbed off on our communities above ground. We know only together we can move forward. This holds true not only within the region, but also across borders and oceans. We are living in an era of pressing challenges. Our planet is warming up. We have been fighting a global pandemic for more than 2 years. And then, since the beginning of this year, the Russian war of aggression has to be repelled. And we all feel the impact of that war immediately. And we will feel it this winter and next winter. All of these challenges are global challenges. They affect us all. The implications, however, vary depending on place and context, which is why we need to share experiences and best practice examples, especially among those who find themselves in very similar circumstances. At the Metropolitan Innovation Summit, we want to join our forces internationally. We invited delegations from 6 other metropolitan regions that have gone through astonishing transformation processes and are striving to develop further. This summit is not the first occasion for our regions to get in touch. In fact, we share a history of exchange and cooperation on multiple levels with each of them. The Japanese city of Tsukuba is a sister city of Bochum. On the state level, North Rhine-Westphalia has traditionally very close relations to Japan, and it is very proud to host the 3rd biggest Japanese community in Europe. Pittsburgh is in close exchange with the city of Dortmund, and additionally, North Rhine-Westphalia and Pennsylvania just recently renewed the partnership agreement to cooperate in education, technology, and sports. North Rhine-Westphalia has a long-standing relationship with Israel. In March 2020, our state government opened an office in Tel Aviv, which bundles our numerous activities. But moreover, Tel Aviv is also a partner city of Essen. Of course, we also have very close relations with our immediate neighbors, the Netherlands. Those links are expanding across various sectors. For example, there's a vibrant economic exchange between the ports of Rotterdam in the Randstad and Duisburg here in the Ruhr area. Just last autumn, the Ruhr Regional Association and the Greater Manchester Combined Authority signed a cooperation agreement. And this is only one element of the close ties between North Rhine-Westphalia and the United Kingdom. And finally, North Rhine-Westphalia and the Silesian Voivodeship renewed their cooperation agreement last year with a new focus on future technologies and urban transformation. This is flanked by a cooperation between the Ruhr Regional Association and the metropolis of Upper Silesia. So you see there is a lot of what we can build upon. Distinguished delegates from all over the world. After many virtual meetings in recent years, we are delighted to be able to host so many of you personally in the Ruhr region for this event. As transition regions, we all know the only solution to change is not to get lost in the past, but to embrace that change, or to phrase it like former US President Barack Obama, we are the change we seek. Let's embrace this change together as partners and friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that this collaboration is going to be the big word of the day. And collaboration on an innovation summit obviously needs to be between state and academic actors. And our second speaker is Professor Dr. Ute Horn. She is chair of the Urban and Metropolitan Studies at Bochum University, and she's also co-speaker of the competence field Metropolitan Research. Welcome.
Thank you very much. So, good morning, everybody, and dear international guests and partners, dear representatives and members of innovation networks united in the common goal of contributing to a sustainability transformation of metropolitan regions. This summit does not want to be a flash in the pan, no fireworks that fizzle out. It strives for lasting effects by initiating and intensifying international networks among change agents from the public, private and academic sector. It wants to be a launchpad for cooperation that will further develop in the years to come. On this summit, we focus on innovation alliances of public-private academic partnership. We want to learn more about the development paths, the structures, the agendas, and effectiveness of such networks in the context of metropolitan transformation towards more sustainability. So we combine the transdisciplinary perspective with a transformative claim, and the expectation of mutual learning through international exchange. So what are the reasons for choosing such a focus? Let me put my answer in 5 short theses. First, we are living in a VUCA world confronted with wicked problems. The VUCA world is characterized by growing vulnerability, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. This makes the steering of metropolitan transformation processes so challenging. We are all involved in multi-contextual, multi-level, and multi-actor processes of transformation. And these take place in the midst of a multiplicity of interrelated man-made crises, like climate change, environmental destruction, pandemics, geopolitical conflicts, migration in the wake of war and poverty, negative effects of globalization, and new societal risk due to digitization. When struggling for solutions, the wicked problems become obvious. A very good example are the complex challenges the Ruhr metropolis is confronted with in the course of its energy transition towards renewable energies and green hydrogen as a crucial component of its green transformation. But the wicked problems arise not only from the VUCA world, they are also based on the divergence of stakeholders in terms of values, interests, mindsets, cultural and ethical viewpoints, ideologies, institutional legacies, and power resources. So if we try to find new pathways and alliances in the course of sustainability transformation, we should take into account these divergences, leading to different framings of problems and ideas how to react. Nevertheless, a common canon of values is needed. For the sustainability transformation of metropolitan regions in democratic systems, this means that it must be aligned with the guiding principles of democratic participation, justice, solidarity, and public value. Second thesis, complexity calls for innovation ecosystems based on cross-sectoral networks. The complexity of the challenges demands that actors from different systemic worlds have to form networks and work together instead of staying in their silos. References should be made here to the corresponding innovation models starting from the triple helix of academia, industry, government relations, over the quadruple helix, including civil society, and the quintuple helix model, adding the natural environment and focusing on socio-ecological transition. In innovation ecosystems of knowledge-driven metropolitan regions, the academic sector plays an increasingly important role as a partner in knowledge creation. And due to their international networking in talent recruiting, research and transfer, universities and non-university research institutions are predestined to promote international cooperation, not least in the field of sustainability transformation. Third, innovation ecosystems should be embedded in a culture of transdisciplinary experimentation and learning. We need more readiness for experimentation, for risk-taking, and institutional learning. One format that makes experimentation possible are living labs. Living labs are formats of cooperation between science and practice, limited in time and applicable in different spatial settings. They claim to be transformative, transdisciplinary, cooperative, and participatory in real-life situations. In democratic societies, care must be taken that people living in such living labs are not, as in some smart city projects led by tech companies, used as guinea pigs for technological innovation. Instead, living labs should foster civil empowerment and capacity building. Fourth, innovation ecosystems should be aware of the role of serendipity, charisma, trust, shared visions, and narratives. In innovation processes, the importance of serendipity must not be underestimated. Therefore, settings should be created for collaboration beyond daily routines between actors from different fields, that are conducive to the occurrence of serendipity. At the same time, charismatic key players with power of persuasion based on trustful relationship are helpful for initiating innovation networks. And we shouldn't forget the importance of identification and self-efficacy when implementing transformation projects. Such experiences should be embedded in shared values and transported via narratives. Fifth, the multiscalarity of wicked problems calls for multi-level governance and international cooperation. At the same time, context matters and place-based policies are needed. The sustainability transformation of metropolitan areas can only succeed if the interdependencies with the local, national and global level and the importance of multi-level governance are taken into account. At the same time, we have to work out how much local and regional context matters and how much place-based policy in connection with local or regional leadership is appropriate. And therefore, knowledge exchange on sustainability transformation on a comparative and international basis is urgently needed. Last but not least, sustainability transformation needs innovation alliances with future courage, or Zukunftsmut, as we say in German. Future courage requires the willingness of all stakeholders to take risks and to learn from failures. Success and failure are two sides of the same coin. We need the willingness to communicate not only about success stories, but also about obstacles and backlashes. And that is what I wish for today's exchange and for future trusting cooperation in international networks. So let's learn from each other and please enjoy sustainable international networking at the summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Horn. And yeah, I think that is exactly what we're practicing today, a trusting and an open discussion amongst international experts. The next speech will be given in German, so if your German is not good enough for you to understand Zukunftsmut, as we've just heard, then you need to get a headset, and they are... Where will you find a headset? Over there. So if you need a headset, please do grab one. And then it's my great pleasure to introduce our third speaker, Parliamentary State Secretary Josef Hofenjürgen, who is responsible at the Ministry for Regional Identity, Communities and Local Government, and Building and Digitalization for the Ruhr Summit. Thank you.
Tut's nicht? Ich freue mich, hier sein zu können. Ich hoffe, ich brauche die Begrüßung jetzt nicht wiederholen. Das ist bereits durchgeführt worden. Staatssekretär Dr. Speich hat es gesagt. Die einzige Lösung für unsere Probleme ist, dass wir uns Herausforderungen stellen und zur Veränderung bereit sind. Das ist das, was wir tun wollen und tun müssen. Das Ruhrgebiet kann Veränderungen. Und die Region, wieder aus. Die Region hat es bereits mehrfach bewiesen und sie kann es besonders gut, wenn sie in diesem Wandel, wenn sie in dieser Veränderung zusammenarbeitet. Gestern erst haben wir den Abschluss des Emscher-Umbaus mit einem Festakt begonnen. Die Emscher ist ein Fluss, der in eine Betonwanne gezwängt als Abwasserkanal der gesamten Region genutzt worden ist. Heute ist dieser Fluss wieder ein lebendiges Gewässer mit einem lebendigen Flussbett. Eine großartige Leistung von Zusammenarbeit in dieser Region. Auf diese Zusammenarbeit hat die Landesregierung 2018 gesetzt, als sie mit der Arbeit der Ruhrkonferenz begann. Das Ruhrgebiet will sich noch stärker als Metropole verstehen und sich auch als Metropole nach außen hin präsentieren. Ich freue mich daher sehr, dass wir heute die Gelegenheit zum Austausch mit anderen Metropolregionen haben, die sich auch in Transformationsprozessen befinden Und dass wir heute in diesem Austausch, so hoffe ich, 3 Dinge finden können. Dass wir als Ruhrgebiet von Ihren Erfahrungen lernen können. Lösungen lassen sich vielleicht nicht 1:1 von einem Land ins andere übertragen, aber wir können voneinander lernen. Wir können auch lernen, wie Sie sich den Herausforderungen in Ihrer Region gestellt haben. Welche Prozesse zum Ziel führen, auf welchen Feldern Anstrengungen sich besonders lohnen. Und des Weiteren wünsche ich mir, dass Sie das Ruhrgebiet noch besser kennenlernen. Sie sind schon gestern damit angefangen. Und Sie können damit wahrnehmen, dass wir eine Innovation
get a perception that we are an innovative region
internationaler werden.
which is becoming more and more
Ich
international.
wünsche mir weiter,
And thirdly, I hope that together we can shape a strong network of innovation regions prepared for innovation and which want to face global challenges by combining forces to reach the best for the people in our regions.
Ihnen heute ein
I wish this conference every success,
interessantes Gespräch
great
für die Menschen jeweils
discussions
auch in unseren Regionen.
also for the people in these regions, and I'm glad that you were prepared to do this by an exchange of opinions and experiences. I hope that we will be able to continue working like this in the future by showing that cooperation is better than confrontation. And I think together we can achieve a lot, because it's about the people in our countries and not about ideologies and not different opinions. For the people in our countries, we have to work, we have to shape the future, and let's work together on this. Great that you came here today, and I'm happy that we can have this exchange of experience together here at this summit today. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, parlamentarischer Staatssekretär. Das tut sehr gut zu hören. Es geht um die Menschen und nicht um
It's
die
about
Ideologien.
people, not
It's
about
good to hear it's about the
ideologies.
people. It's not about the ideologies. And we will be starting with answering several of those questions that you have posed in this afternoon's panel discussion that I'm particularly looking forward to. So let me give you a very, very brief overview of the day. You will have the opportunity before lunch to understand a lot more about the different regions who are assembled here today. And then afterwards, we will have the opportunity of answering some of those questions about what do you like about the Ruhr region and what can the Ruhr region learn from the other regions. And then afterwards, we will be going into discussions in breakout groups, in smaller groups, to have that very important exchange where hopefully we will not just say what works, but also what doesn't work. More on that later. Throughout the day, we have the opportunity of involving you via a digital tool, whether you're in this room or outside of this room. Perhaps we can just show the Slido QR code. So get your mobile phones out, and if you're joining us online, then feel free to join us on slido.com, slido.com. We'll see it on the board, on the screen in just one moment. You don't need to sell your soul or anything like that. You can stay anonymous if you would like. If you want to put your name in, that's fine. And that will give you the opportunity to ask questions, but also give me the opportunity to ask you questions and get some feedback as we go through the day. So actually, what I'm going to do is ask, that QR code is not there, but if you go on Slido, slido.com, slido.com, and then you will see a password. You need to write innovation. What else? And that will take you onto our Slido room where your voices can always get to me. There we have it. So there's the QR code if you want to go easy. And I'm just going to ask one question before we start of you. So many of you had the opportunity of going and having a look at some of what the Ruhr region has to offer. And I heard this morning at breakfast that it was the Klärwerke that were actually most interesting for a lot of people, showing how to really get rid of waste, because this is a massive issue. So very interesting, but I'm sure there was a lot else. And my question to you is, what is special or interesting about the Ruhr region? Let's just have some feedback from you. Entrepreneurial ecosystem, green infrastructure change, as you said, State Secretary Mark Speich. Transformation and innovation is here to, you can touch and feel it in this room, in this building. Okay, wonderful. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is the tool that I'd love to encourage you to use. Just go on your input if you have a question or a comment, and I'll be able to pose those questions and comments to the speakers that we have here. I'll just leave that poll open, but we can get rid of the image on the screen. Thanks, guys. And gives me the opportunity now of introducing our keynote speaker. Professor Carlo Ratti is co-founder of the Carlo Ratti Associati and teaches at MIT, where he is responsible for Sensible City Lab. And he's one of the leading voices in helping us to understand the impacts of technology on urban life and urban design. And any questions, do write them down, and we'll have a little bit of time for that at the end. Over to you, Carlo. Hey, you're welcome. And fresh from MIT, you have your own laptop with you, so we'll just be plugging that in.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Is this, yes, perfect. Thank you, good morning, everybody. By the way, it's a great pleasure to be back in Zollverein. I've been here already a couple of times, and I really love this place. Just 1 second, we are setting up the slides. Yeah, it looks like it's working. So, Uta and I didn't coordinate our presentations, but actually my presentation is a perfect segue to what she just said before. And actually the title I gave here is What Cities Can Learn from Venture Capital, and do this, and through this, inch closer to nature-positive design. And actually, if any of you is interested, just yesterday I published an article with my colleague Rob Maga in Bloomberg, which really has this title. So I started from that and put together a few examples to share with you this morning. But first, I want to tell you what we should not do in cities around the world. The first thing is, what not to do for urban innovation. First, don't try to bet on future predictions. Let me tell you why. I'll give you a little story, a little anecdote from the past. If you go back like over 100 years, at the beginning of the past century, between 1899 and 1910, a group of artists in Paris started trying to imagine how life would be in the year 2000. And they got some things right. They saw mechanization in farming coming. That's how they imagined it in 1900. They imagined farming in the year 2000. They also almost, imagine Roomba, the little robot that cleans your home. That's how they saw it in 1900. But they also got some things terribly wrong. They thought actually it would move in the oceans like this, with what they call the whale bus, and actually that the police would police our cities like this. Not even the very technologically driven German police has gotten there yet. And the point I'm making here is that is a point that was made by a great philosopher, by Karl Popper, which is, the future is open, it's not predetermined, and thus cannot be predicted, except by accident. The possibilities lie in the future are infinite, and so there has to be a different way to develop the future, to do innovation than trying to predict. So the first point is don't try to bet on this, on that. You might get it right, but only by accident. Most likely, you might bet on the wrong horse, and then 20 years down the line in your city, your region, your state, you might realize, again, that you've gone in the wrong direction. So that's the first methodological point I wanted to make. And I'll get quickly to what Uta was saying a moment ago. Now, the second thing I want to say is don't follow best practices. And that's really tough, because all of the European procurement system is based on best practices. And what is the best practice is that, you're a city, you look at other cities and successful experiments they did, successful projects they did, and then you replicate that. Now, best practices work if you don't do innovation. They're a good way to take a successful lesson and replicate, but they are the opposite of innovation. If you are a city, think about this, you look at another city who maybe 20 years ago started a process, had an idea, took 5 years to implement and then to develop, and then 20 years later you see that it was successful, and what you're doing? You're starting for the next 20 years to do the same. So best practice is what they do, they lock the future into the past. And certainly we cannot afford that in this condition. For instance, climate change or many of the other global challenges we have, if we follow best practices, we're simply too slow. We keep on repeating things from the past. Remember the old quote by Einstein, in order to solve tomorrow's problem, we cannot do it with today or yesterday's solution. Best practice is a way to look at a successful solution from yesterday and move them into the future. So we need to have another way, and that's how it relates exactly to the idea of living lab and experimentation. How do we do it? We need to try new ideas, we need to test them, we need to get feedback from citizens, and then we need to iterate as much as we can. Incidentally, that's also what nature does. Think about all of us. How we evolve as humans has been by that process of mutation, random changes, see if they work or not, and then keep on iterating on that. So that is really the key principle. And again, that's the principle of a living lab, but there's also a principle of venture capital, what I said at the beginning. It's based on the same thing. Venture capital, you fund many different things, also a bit randomly, many competing things, and then you got this ecosystem where many of them will fail, some of them will succeed, and then the ones that succeed, you bring them forward. Well, that's what we're passionate about. These are some of the cities we've been working with in the past. I'm showing projects both from Sensible City Lab, our research group at MIT, and also projects from our design office, Carlo Ratti Associati. And I wanted to share with you 2 examples of projects where I think this mechanism was applied. And again, it's not easy, because procurement in the EU, procurement all over the world, is based on, again, looking at the past to continue in the future. But if we need to accelerate innovation, we need to find new ways. And the first one I want to share with you is something that was done by the city of Helsinki. I think the mayor of Helsinki, the former mayor of Helsinki, was quite brave. And over 2 years ago, around 2 years ago, he launched something called the Helsinki Energy Challenge. Let me tell you the challenge he had that was quite simple. So Helsinki, as you know, in Helsinki, most of the energy consumption is because of heat in the city, because of the cold climate. And heating today happens through district heating. As you know, district heating usually is very good. You got a power plant, you produce power, and then as a byproduct, you get a lot of hot water, and you run the hot water through the city in order to heat the city. So normally it's a good system, but there's a caveat. In the case of Helsinki, most of the power plants still rely on coal. And the city decided to disconnect them and to stop the use of coal by 2030. And so the question he had was, well, how do we heat the city? Now, he wasn't getting good enough results from best practices by looking at the past, by looking at the existing solution. And so what he did, he launched, again, this Helsinki Energy Challenge. This is the timeline. It's very similar to what in the US is done by the so-called X Prizes. So the X Prizes, you might be familiar with the one that led, for instance, to SpaceX, the space exploration company, where have been challenges, there's many of them, where you define a challenge, you put a pot of money on a table, 1 million, 10 million, you name it, and then you let people from all over the world come up with innovative ideas. So he did exactly the same. You see the timeline. He started 27th of February 2020, so a little over 2 years ago. Then there were deadline exactly 2 years ago for submissions. Over 250 groups participated from all over the world. That included, big companies. I remember the atomic nuclear energy company from China was one of the people and one of the first calls and so on. Anyway, 10 finalists then, and then the winners. Our team, actually done by our design office, was one of the winners. I'll show you the project now, and is now working with the city to implement it. But our team, first thing I wanted to say as well, was quite innovative as a team as well. We coordinated it, but we work with many different contributors. Rumble, big engineering company, 2 amazing German engineering company we often work with. Transolar, probably #1 in the world for climate engineering. And SVP, Schleich-Bergermann, Jörg Schleich, who I got the privilege of meeting before he died just 1 or 2 years ago, is the person who was heavily involved in the Munich Olympic roof, very #1 probably in the world for lightweight structures, but then also big multinational, Danfoss, Linkit, Schneider, OP, a financial institution. You cannot do innovation if you don't put the numbers there from the beginning. It's a big bank in Finland. Squint Opera, who helped us to visualize and communicate and prepare this. I'll show you briefly the little video that tells the solution, and then we'll go through it in more detail.
We're excited to present to you the Hot Heart, an innovative solution to decarbonize Helsinki. Here is how we do it.
So let me tell you a bit more in detail about this. I mean, you've seen some of the points, but basically, what is the problem with energy today? And, this was done before all the issues we are having now with Russia and so on. So, by the way, the energy mix in Helsinki is also changing a lot. They're removing all of the gas component from the mix. But in general, today, renewables are the cheapest way you can produce energy around the world. If you look at this, that's the cost of wind power. It has gone down. Around the planet, you could produce 1 megawatt hour. Just to give you a sense, a barrel of oil is 1.6 megawatt hour. So take that as a reference. So 1 megawatt hour you can produce around the world for anything between 15 to 25 euros. So very, very little. It's kind of the cheapest form of energy. In Finland, wind is around 20, 25. In Italy, solar is a bit less than that. In some places like Saudi now, solar has gone down, or at least is expected to go down under 10. 10 euros per megawatt hour is really nothing. Think of that at the moment, when thinking about gas, we are over 300 and so on. So we're talking about 30 times more than what you can produce, how you can produce renewables. So then the question everybody has is, why don't we run all of Europe, all of the world, just on renewables? Well, there's a problem. And the problem is what you see on the right. The problem is that, as you all know, renewables are intermittent. Sometimes you got a lot of wind, too much, and prices become even negative. You're paid to use energy. Sometimes you don't have wind. Sometimes you got a lot of solar, sometimes you don't. So that's a key problem. And just to give you a sense, remember that megawatt hour with renewable sources will cost you, around the world, is kind of 10 to 25 euros. Then to store it, the same megawatt hour will cost you 200,000. So you got 10,000 times more of investment to store the same amount of energy. And that's really the key problem to run our systems with renewable energy. So in the case of Helsinki, ultimately the mayor wanted to heat the city. And so we asked ourselves, is there any way we can develop a super cheap battery that can be used for this? And it turns out, when you do the math, that if you think about the thermal battery, a place to store hot water with these kind of floating islands, then you can actually change a lot the equation. Instead of 300,000, you go down to 200,000, you go down to 200 euros per megawatt hour. And then it starts making sense. Now, you saw the whole system, how it works, so you got all the different energy sources coming in. You got this floating archipelago that allows you to store the heat, and then you run it through the city, and you optimize all of that with a nice artificial intelligence system to match supply and demand and optimize different things. But while we're doing this, we said, okay, let's also get what are the additional bonuses, benefits we can get to the city. And as you saw in the video, two things. One is that by doing this, you also help equalize the whole grid in Finland, which has a big value. Grids are not equalized is one of the reasons that with more renewables, we are having issues today. And then we got this archipelago of floating islands. So we said, why don't we create an attraction, a global attraction on the floating islands? And here, In Finland, it's very important to go to forests to enjoy nature. That's part of really the Finnish culture. And so we said, well, maybe we can actually create this kind of 4 tropical forests based on real tropical forests from Central America, South America, Africa, and Asia. And they become a way to teach people about climate change, about how we can be more sustainable, about energy flows and all that. It becomes a global attraction for people, an attraction for people in Helsinki, in Finland, but also a global one. I will not bore you with the details about where to install it. We're working with the city now to develop the first one, the first basin, to build it. Now, just met the mayor a few weeks ago. Here, you see it here a bit in more detail. You've seen it in the video with these kind of floating islands. And again, 4 of them with this attraction on the top, this biodome, where you can actually then have different type of experiences. Has to be a place where you can learn about energy, climate change, but also you can have fun, as you see here, or with the green in the forest. Just because, I'm originally an engineer, and I thought many of you are in the audience as well. I want to tell you a little bit about this. Is what actually studied by Jörg Schleich, as I said, the great German engineer who helped us on the project. Structurally, the way you do it is very simple. You use actually pipelines similar to the ones you use for gas. But then you create them in something similar to bicycle wheel. It's actually something that Jörg Schleich used for the first time here in Germany for a big cooling tower here in Germany. And by doing that, you make something very light and very stable. So just in a nutshell, it becomes a innovative cutting-edge system for district heating. This would not have been a solution that we would have found if the mayor hadn't launched this approach, the kind of the X-Prize approach, the energy challenge approach. Nobody had started thinking about this before. And now, you know what? Since this actually came out, apart from a number of prizes, different cities, Shell in Amsterdam and Singapore. In Singapore, think about the opposite, storing not hot water, but cold water. And other cities, Stockholm, the mayor in Stockholm, and others have been actually actively started reaching out and looking at similar solutions. I'm not claiming this is a solution for everything, but when you need to heat or cool a city, especially if you already have district heating, that seems to make a lot of economic sense. Again, this would not have been possible without this approach that's not based on best practices, but on finding a rewarding new innovative solution. Second thing, we can do it by 2028, 2 years ahead of schedule. You can store all the energy, 6,000 gigawatt hour per year, which is all the energy you need to heat Helsinki. The next point, actually, when we did it, we thought actually that, well, we're going to do it. It's going to be expensive, and maybe people in Helsinki are going to pay energy a bit more. Well, the numbers here are from before the crisis. Now they look even better because all the other types of energy has been multiplied by 5 or whatever. But even before, you could actually do the same thing, pay back the investment, and get prices for the final user 10% less than today. As I mentioned, 2 bonuses contribute to load balance the Finnish grid. The 4 tropical forest is a new global attraction. The cost is around $1 billion with a payback time that's quite quick. And again, as I said, different cities looking at that. So the first thing I wanted to share with you is, again, I wrote about this. I wrote a couple of articles about the process and the mayor because it was very innovative from his side, not to try to find, again, look at the past, not try to bet on one horse, one solution, but try many, see what works, and we'll find out in the next few months with the first, basin being built, things we might need to improve. But again, exactly the process we were saying before, and what Uta was mentioning, more like using the city like a living lab. Very briefly, another project. I want to leave a bit of time at the end for interaction, so get ready with your Slidos. I think we will have 5 or 6 minutes for conversation. The other one is the project we did not in our design office, but actually in our lab at MIT. And as you all know, there's more and more data in our cities. That's actually the logo we use at our lab. Our cities are thanks to data, are becoming like living organisms. That's a visualization of Lisbon done by one of our former researchers, Pedro Cruz. It was a MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art in New York. But you see how this shows the city like a living organism in a way we couldn't see 10, 20, 30 years ago. We can now, thanks to data. And when Mike Bloomberg, this project started a long time, but when Mike Bloomberg became mayor of New York, Mike Bloomberg built a very, very successful and global company based on data. So when he became mayor, he was really quite obsessed with data. Again, data and experimenting with data, the whole idea of experimentation, we are saying. I remember in his office, he had a little sign on the wall. I saw him a couple of years ago. He told me he still has that sign. that said, that went, in God we trust, everybody else bring data. And so what he did as a mayor was actually open up a lot of the data that the city has just to see what would come out. Again, he didn't have a predetermined idea of what would be done. He didn't know, but he wanted to create an experimentation ecosystem. Again, a little bit like a living lab around data. And among the data he opened up is the data about taxis in the city. So we got hold of the taxi data from the Taxi and Limousine Commission. You know, the data looks like this. You know, you got many dots with a timestamp with pickups and drop-offs. You see them here. Yellow is a pickup, blue is a drop-off. Which place is this, by the way, in New York? Any thoughts? Yes, JFK. So if you've gone to New York in JFK, you know, probably were one of the little dots there. If you zoom out, you see JFK is down here. You see Manhattan and all of the boroughs. And then we started asking one simple question. And that's a question that bothered me many times in New York. Maybe it bothered many of you as well. You're at a hotel in New York. You're going to the airport. And you're there with your trolley in the morning. And next to you, there's another person with a trolley. You know, maybe they're going to the same airport, to the same terminal, and you could share the ride, but you didn't know it. So we just wanted to quantify the potential for sharing rides in New York. If you look at 2 points in Manhattan, you got hundreds of thousands of trips in the course of the year. So we started analyzing the data using big data analytics. Incidentally, that's the first paper in the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. When you have big data, sometimes we say you need big math or new mathematics. So we use a new approach that hadn't been used until then called shareability networks. Again, it's part of this experimentation. So we try to use this. This has become almost like, you know, a big reference in the past few years for analyzing mobility data in large networks. You cannot solve the problem I mentioned before just with traditional tools. Again, you need to innovate also in the methodology. You see them here, the shareability networks. And you know, the result was quite interesting. It was up there in the upper left corner, which tells you that in Manhattan, with a small delay in arrival, if you combine two trips, small delay in arrival, 1, 2, or 3 minutes, you know, this is in seconds, so 3 minutes is 180 seconds, you can actually you could take everybody to destination by sharing trips. So by putting two people together, with 40% less vehicles than what we have today. Now, again, this was, think about the thing, it was about a bit of experimentation from the side of the mayor, Mike Bloomberg, open up the data sets. A few years later, we got the data set, we analyzed it by experimenting with new mathematics in order to do it. We put the results and we made the results public. Now, two things happened when the results went public. A very nice conversation started. The New York Times actually did a review of the results. I remember the writer for the New York Times said, you know, well, you know, this is a very interesting paper, very good mathematics, blah, blah. But he ended with almost by saying, you know what, New Yorkers really don't want to share anything with each other. It turns out, again, you know, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but the same discussion ended up on the table of the founder of Uber. Uber reached out. We started the first collaboration between MIT and Uber. And as you might know, well, this was before Uber launched Uber Pool, but then Uber later launched Uber Pool, which allows people to share a ride. And Uber Pool has become the beginning of a global industry of sharing rides. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry that is being used by Uber, by Lyft, by Didi, by Via, by Ola, by all the major players in this space. Even if, you know, during COVID that didn't work because you didn't want to mix two people in the same car, but you know, but just before COVID, you know, this has become a huge industry. And for me, the interesting thing is that if you combine two trips into one, it means one less car on the road, which certainly means less energy consumption, less emissions, and less congestions on our road. So again, this was another little story about, again, how to innovate with the data. You don't know exactly where things are going to happen. You try. Again, the mayor tried by sharing the data, opened this up. We tried by analyzing a new way with new mathematics. There was a feedback loop with citizens, and that can lead step by step to different type of urban innovations. And actually, more recently, we had a paper in Nature based on the same data. I'll show you a little video, look at another problem, which is about optimizing fleets in cities in Manhattan. I'll show the video in a moment. And again, you know, that's part of an ongoing conversation about how we can really use the city as a living lab, as a place for experimentation. But again, you remember the first two things I said at the beginning. You know, this is not about looking at the past to lock it into the future, to predict the future. It's really about, again, in a more evolutionary way, to look at how we can experiment in the city and learn from our successes, but of course from our failures as well. Here's a little video. Thank you. And so, as promised, I kept the presentation just a few minutes shorter, so that if there's any comments and questions, I think we can probably see them on Slido.
I'll just read stuff because it might confuse. So, Young, thank you for your question. You say no to best practice, Professor Ratti, but you speak of the Helsinki model.
It's a very good question. No, the Helsinki model, again, is a starting point for developing new ways. For instance, again, we never tested or tried it in reverse, for instance, for Singapore. So what I'm saying is that don't just copy the models from the past. You can use them as a stepping stone. But as I was saying, for instance, the ideas being now floated in Amsterdam are certainly very different than Helsinki. Singapore will be totally radical if this goes ahead, because it will be, again, not about heating, but cooling. So again, that's what I'm saying. Best practice is usually about procurement. In best practices is the opposite. It's really saying, I want to do a new hospital, show me another 10 hospitals that are exactly the same as what I need to do, that were done in the past 20 years, and then I'm going to do this. That will last for the next 20 years. So that's what we don't want to do. But we certainly want to take things as stepping stone. It was a great question, logically. So the fact, yes.
Well, it's the only question I have here. But I have loads of questions for you. But if anyone would like to, please do. While you're thinking about what your question is, one thing that I noticed about your presentation, it's very, very sexy. The videos, right?
Thank you. I know, thank you. But let me tell you this: that is exactly part of what I was saying at the beginning. I think ultimately, who should decide what type of cities we want to live in tomorrow? Well, it should be all of us. It should be citizens. And so an important thing, I see many of my colleagues at university have the key, objective function is about, we want to publish in the best journals and so on. We also want to do that. We want to publish in the best journals, but we try to also take what is published and make it accessible. And again, that's the reason why for doing the videos, the reason for, if you go on our website, on some of those projects, you find a lot of interactive website. Actually, on the project about sharing rides, there's an interactive website that won a number of awards, because then everybody, that's the reason everybody in New York started seeing, well, if I want to go here, how many other trips I could share with, And so somehow, we are putting effort in that, you're right, and thanks for mentioning it, but we're not doing just for the sake of, as you say, using the word sexiness. We're trying to do it in order to create a feedback loop with people.
And I guess it's a reaction to the VUCA world that we were hearing from Professor Horn, that people need to be able to, that's what it's about, to make it accessible. And that leads me to the other question that I have is that how do we ensure we don't leave people behind within metropolitan regions, but also on a global scale, metropolitan region against metropolitan region?
Yeah, I think it's a very important question, and it relates to the question of engagement and citizen engagement. Now, citizen engagement has been a big topic. It was, for instance, very popular in the 1970s, and then it's becoming very popular again, which is a very good thing. But I think there is a big misunderstanding with citizen engagement. Is that usually what people do is there's two things. And by the way, if somebody of you is interested in this topic, we just finished a big urban project in Pristina, Kosovo, which is related to Manifesta, one of the largest arts biennale. And on this project was really based on the way of engaging people. And there's a few reviews. There's a nice article in The Economist from a couple of weeks ago that talks about what we developed in Pristina. But let me tell you the thing. So the misunderstanding is usually with engagement. What you do is, yes, you bring a few people on the table with the designers. You get to a design, which is fixed, and you leave it. And that has two problems. One is that you want to have actually multi-level engagement. What we did in Pristina is, even the people who might not have the skills, it goes back to your point, to participate to the design charrette, for instance, or the time, then they can vote with their feet just by going there. Somehow, you want to have this kind of multi-level engagement that traditionally often wasn't possible.
So we have just building on that, Christoph asks, how were citizens' ideas and demands included in the Helsinki model?
Sure. Let me do it just to finish the thing here. So basically you have people responding to that in different ways. And the second thing is that you don't get to a finished project. What we did in Pristina was, you try something, even at the beginning with paint. We pedestrianize different parts of the city. You tried. Some of them people will love it, actually loved it. Some of them have already become permanent. Some of them, maybe people will ignore it just because they don't go there, and then, you get it. So again, this idea of feedback loop, so trying and testing. And the same applies to Helsinki. It's totally okay, Helsinki, because the project was run as a challenge, we couldn't bring people in the phase one, but the immediate thing we did after we won the competition was actually, there was a big interview in the main newspaper that started a very beautiful debate in Helsinki. And people started commenting about that. And people started saying, okay, great, but we want to put something else on the top. After we do the first one, most likely, I guess, we'll change some of the programming on the top of the thing based on people. So somehow what you need to do, that's the other misunderstanding with traditional participation. People say, oh, from the beginning, you need to have everybody at the table. No, first of all, a lot of people will not come. What you can do as well is try something. And then you get the feedback, and people will tell you just by going there, by their posts, by saying, I love it, I hate it. And then you kill it or you develop it.
Now, loads of questions are coming in. Let's just ask one more. And if you could answer this quickly, how can we both improve citizens' engagement, but also combat not in my backyard reactionaryism?
Yes, and so the city engagement, I think, maybe the question came in a bit earlier, but it's what we were saying. I think we want to improve it by having this kind of multi-layer approach where people can, yes, sit down with the designers, but also the other extreme works as well. By the way, there's an interesting example that comes from today from the world, from other disciplines. Think about what the big success of Zara, the fashion company. What has it been? It's really about feedback loops. Their big innovation was very simple, was they shortened the supply chain, and instead of asking people, what would you like, what type of shirt would you like, then they would actually produce more things, throw them in the shops, and see what sells. And what sells, they would develop. What doesn't sell, they would kill. So somehow, the same thing about what we can do is propose new ideas, experiment more in the city, and let people decide, even just by showing what they like, what they don't like, where they go, vote with their feet. And I think that's, to me, should really open a new potential for participation. And also for NIMBY, because, again, both traditional participation and NIMBY usually are based on very small teams that fight, and just where a minority can block big projects. If you start doing this and say, okay, look, a typical case of NIMBY is, we've seen in many cases, recently I could make examples, in cities that want to pedestrianize the street, and you got a small number of people, maybe shop owners or others who say, I don't want this here, this should stay with cars, we want cars in. And they say, no, again, the best way is just, try something temporary, and then see how people react, and then you'll be able to kill some of those NIMBY things that usually are based on a few people, a minority blocking. Once you see thousands of people who flood it and say, I want this street pedestrianized, then NIMBY will also disappear. So I think this feedback loop can help also from the NIMBY point of view. It's a great question, though.
Wonderful, and thank you so much for your questions. Thank you so much, Professor Ratti, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and it's always a pleasure to be back at Solfarein, and I'm looking forward to continue the conversation in the course of the day with all of you.
Absolutely, there are more questions. Have a look at them.
I will.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that's giving us a lot of inspiration to think of our cities as this wonderful living lab, the opportunity to test things out and to innovate on the fly. And we'll be now entering into a series of presentations for you to all get a better understanding of the different metropole regions represented here. And we're starting, of course, here in the Ruhr region. Carola Geist-Netthöfel, who is the director of the Ruhr Regional Association. Welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, as we have the presentations, please do use Slido to leave any questions, and there may be time for one or two at the end of each presentation. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear fellow speakers from the other regions, it's a pleasure to welcome you at the Metropolitan Innovation Summit in the Ruhr region with a presentation of our best examples of the Ruhr area. I'm honored to be part of this international conference. And thank you to the Ruhr Conference for making this happen, Mr. Speich. Thank you to the permanent State Secretary, Mr. Speich, and also thank you to Mr. Hovenjung. So, where we are, some of the delegation members are in our region the first time. Please be and feel welcome. The Ruhr metropolis is one of the largest economic regions in Europe. In the past, coal and steel were the core of the production. The Ruhr metropolis was the heart of the German industrialization and looks back on decades of experience in energy production and manufacturing. We had big problems with pollution, and nobody believed what Willy Brandt 60 years ago said: the sky over the Ruhr turns blue. And now look, the sky is blue. What is our job? Regional transformation is our job. Our job for more than 100 years. The process of the massive structural change in our polycentric region was and still is a big challenge. For the Regional Association Ruhr, but also for all the cities and districts with whom we work hand in hand. Preserving green spaces is actually one of our first duties. The only constant in life is change. Yes, this quote is the headline of our region. Here are some pictures that are fine examples for extreme change and transformation during the decades. Large-scale protection of green space and nature conservation within a densely populated, highly industrialized area were among the core reasons for the founding of the Ruhr Regional Association, quite exactly 100 years ago. Let me show you some key examples of transformations and challenges. The new Phoenix Lake, some had been there the last days, demonstrates the change from an old industrial site into an area bringing together landscape and urban planning aspects. Urban renewal activities on the waterfront combine housing, business and recreation with flood protection and the renaturing of rivers. We heard about the Emscher. In 2080, coal mining in Germany came to an end. The mining heaps. Once a byproduct of the region's coal mining industry, today they are transforming the original flat countryside into an exciting landscape with art, cultural events and leisure possibilities. Many are scenic viewpoints on the industrial heritage route. Now, a study shows that 47 of our mountains have the technical requirements to generate energy with solar, photovoltaics, and wind power. Green infrastructure strategy is our key, the future vision for the Ruhr area. The regional strategy for green infrastructure is to be established as an informal planning basis for the further development. We try an optimal balance between individual interests and the common good is achieved, and we do try to add value for the region. With the COVID pandemic, we noticed that people need green spaces. The International Garden Exhibition, IGA for short, will be visiting North Rhine-Westphalia for the first time in 2027. In 2060, our application was accepted. Our decentralized concept was convincing. We want to answer the question of how to want to live and work in the future. This could only happen because a big alliance of cities, districts, many institutions, and the regional association were supported the idea. Over an event period of 6 months, the IGA makes an important contribution to future-oriented natural urban development, green infrastructure, local recreation and leisure, and thus significantly to the structural change of former steel and coal region. What we try, beyond the regional identity of the people of the Ruhr metropolis, we want to become the greenest industrial region, and we also want to be perceived as such by our international guests. And without the support of the federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia, many of these projects, Mr. Speich, could not be funded, such as green infrastructure and IGA. So many thanks. The cultural diversity in the rural area is unique. To promote it and make it known internationally, the Regional Association Ruhr initiates and supports events and regional networks for cultural creators. One highlight for the European Capital of Culture, Ruhr 2010. To this day, this network shaped the cultural scene and shaped the region. I'm very happy about this new project. You heard it, the Manifesta is a European art festival for contemporary art whose exhibition venues change every 2 years. The first Manifesta took place in Rotterdam in 1996, and now in this year in Pristina, in 2024 in Barcelona, and in 2026 here in this Ruhr region. We are very excited to have them here, and we would like all of you come to this festival in 2026. And now let me present to you the Ruhr Games. Top talents and Olympic newcomers and a combination of action sports and young culture come together with international sports stars to the biggest sports festival in Europe. 5,600 young athletes will compete in 240 international and top-class competitions. This is all set in a modern and urban and industrial environment. What is really special about our region? Industrial heritage is our bridge between the cultural identity of the Ruhr region and its industrial development. We try to link the history with the future. What was the nucleus of our transformation? How did the Ruhr metropolis transform into a unique business hub? Today, there are 22 universities and many independent research facilities. With over 250,000 students. Metropolis Ruhr has a lively start culture and some innovative technology centers. But we still work on social equality, and this can be only done by education for all. Do you understand? Yeah, yes. Ideas for the mobility of the future and specific local road constructions projects, we do both. With so many people in the region, we need a proper regional mobility. Together with other partners, we contribute to achieving networked mobility in the Ruhr metropolis. And my organization builds a lot of bike lanes. Worldwide, it has become clear that global warming is the greatest ecological and social challenge of our time. Achieving the climate targets are part of bigger scheme, a global transition towards a society that no longer relies on fossil fuels. Our ambitious goals for reinventing energy and this industry is with our new project, the Hydrogen Metropolis Ruhr, to promote the industrial and climate-friendly renewal of the Ruhr area. Thank you for your attention and your visit, and I hope you have got a lot of impressions the last days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. It's fascinating. And in fact, I don't know whether any of you saw the photographs when you came into the room this morning of you yesterday experiencing this region. So thank you for explaining. And the one question that came pretty quickly is, what are lessons learned? We also heard that we need, when we're talking about lessons learned, to talk about what worked and what didn't work. What are your lessons learned from this?
Yes, it's very important for us to have the balance between economic development and preservation of the industrial culture. Preserving a regional nature and environment is for us very important, and reinventing the core industry of a region without giving up on its traditions. Tradition is very important for us. And the conclusion, development in the right direction, but this can only work in teamwork. And teamwork is so important with all our cities and districts. We have to work together, and universities and other stakeholders.
Which is not always easy.
No, it's not easy. No. It's difficult.
Right, and it takes practice, I suppose, as well, between the different organizations.
Yes.
Speaking the same language. So what do you love about this region, you personally?
I'm a child of this region, and I like the people. People are very, how do you say, they're direct.
Very direct,
very direct.
Candid.
And I like the region.
And the wonderful thing I've noticed about this region, I'm English, but I've lived in the south of Germany for 27 years.
Oh.
And whenever I come to Essen, I always have the feeling, people are very direct, they can have a good argument with each other, but there's always a beer at the end of the day, and people are friends again.
Yes.
Could be an alcohol-free beer.
And the region is a little bit different. You have green spaces, and you have urban spaces, and that's so interesting.
Right, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for having us here as well. I'll take that from you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for Carola. Do keep your questions coming in as we go through. It's great to be able to involve you in the conversation. Now we're going to Silesia. And we have a personification of collaboration here on the stage. 3 speakers. It's Kazimierz Karolczak, chairman of the board of the Metropolis GMZ, Matthias Rukalia, vice president of the Katowice Special Economic Zone, and Professor Marek Pavelczyk, vice rector of the Silesian University of Technology. Welcome, gentlemen. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Mr. Minister, mayors, through creating dream team, triangle cooperation between local government, business, and science. That's the reason why he and the 3 person. The 4th part is luck, because this is our residence, but will be difficult to invite here 2 million inhabitants. Sorry for that. But beginning, when I start my presentation, I have to say a few words to communities of Metropolregionen, mayors, and especially to Miss Carol Gabe-Neithofer. I have to say big thanks for your support, material support, when we have to solve a problem with Ukrainian refugees. It was a very quick and helpful support for us. Thank you very much. On beginning, I have to confess that I have problem with my presentation because Ms. Carol presentation about Metropolregionen. We have the same presentation. Maybe some figures is different, but I'm sorry for that. But I try show something about our metropolis. 41 cities, not 51. 2.3 million residents, 28 university, 90,000 students. Our 240,000 businesses create almost 8% GDP. The best university represent rector Mr. Pawełczyk. This is our best Silesian University of Technology. This is our proud of our region. Mr. Mateusz Żykała represent Katowice Special Economic Zone. This is second best economic zone in the world after the Dubai, but with Dubai it's difficult to compete. Why we want to discuss about innovation? When you heard about the industrial heritage of Metropolregionen era, we have the same situation. Our region create was by coal mining, metal industry. This industrial slowly phased out. Now we got automotive sector, some innovation businesses, but mostly BPO, business process outsourcing units, shared service center. This is quite well-paid job, but not creating added value for the region. That's the reason why using local communities, local authorities to support this environments, to innovation could be happen. For example, this kind of action which we're doing, I heard presentation of Mr. Karorotti. We don't bet on UAV technology, but we have to create environment that maybe this kind of companies, startups can use this condition which we create and their business will be successful. On the, not only in Polish level, but also European level, with our Minister of Infrastructure, with some national agency, we create solution tools to aid this kind of innovation thinking, to support them to change the law, thinking how this business could be better and based on our cities. We have some analysis that can be very profitable market, and maybe in our city will be the first living lab in Europe, comparing to some experience, not only university, but local businesses. We can some very good solution which we can promote and show outside in the foreign countries. With local administration, business, academia, also participate in some science project in Horizon 2020, like Assure, Harmony, Move to Come. We try create the environmental to innovation happens. But also, as the responsible authorities, we want to, and our residents want to be that our city should be green. They bet on green metropolia. It's linked with waste management, hydrogen, not only for buses, transport, but also for supply energy, heating, electricity. Maybe there will be future fuel, but we don't know yet. Maybe Helsinki was better, but we don't follow best practices, sorry. Mobility, we bet, of course, almost in other cities in the Europe, change the fleet of buses for electricity. We start bid for hydrogen buses. Electricity project is education by some project with cities, for example, sowing meadows, flower meadows, very successful projects. A lot of people want to do this with us. Metropolia of Science, we are convinced that it's not possible create innovation environment without science and support science. We create some tools and some funds to be partner of science that added value to the some academia programs, invite best scientists from the world to meet with our students, with our young people, and inspire them that can be for them good partners for future. We invited professors from Stanford, Yale, and others, Harvard. Metropolis across the Europe mostly is linked with transport. This is public services which don't see any borders of single city, especially in polycentric metropolis like Metropolregionen or Metropolis Silesia. That we are very focused on transport, on create not only network of bus, but we put effort to develop railways, trams, like very environmental friendly systems. We put a lot of effort to create a system of public bike systems and other. Also standard walkability, parking policy, we want to create with people, with our residents. About business, I will give the mic to the Mateusz. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Special Economic Zone, it's an honor for me to be here with you in this special day, in this special place. So please let me take you for a small journey 25 years ago. I think all of us may imagine post-industrial places at the beginning. Dark sky, rising unemployment, closing of old steel mills and coal mines, problem with trade unions, pollution, everything. And it wasn't a galaxy far, far away. It was Silesia 25 years ago. Then Special Economic Zone was established in 1996. We are located in the heart of Europe, now with the best road, rail, and air communication to every direction. But it wasn't like that 25 years ago. We had a small part of this, probably 10, 15%. Then we've started to change the view of our economy. We have decided to take a journey to give a new life for the old traditional areas. What it means to change the brownfield into a new place that will give a high quality workplaces, lower pollution, and will give a chance to have this technical heritage and experience we had. This is a picture from Katowice, but it might be from all over the world, from that kind of areas. We know it, all of us. At the right side, it is now, with all new companies. Of course, we are also interested in greenfield areas. Silesia region doesn't have big area. The biggest challenge now for us is to find a new terrain for new investments. As Mr. Karolczak, president of Metropolis, said, now we are #1 in Europe, according to Financial Times FDI ranking. It's the 5th time for us. We are really happy. But what it means for the region? It means that during the 25 years of journey, we helped to create more than 90,000 workplaces with level of investments almost 10 billion euro. More than 500 companies. But what kind of companies? 62% automotive. The rest of them steel, glass, wood, food production, services, almost everything. In old traditional region with coal mines and steel. Before I will give floor to Professor Pawełczyk, I would like to say 2 words about difficult period of pandemia. It's incredible and it surprised us. During these 2 years, we had the best years in the history of our zone. 1 year ago, 100 new investment and reinvestment. This year is also really interesting, but what is the reason of that? Yes, of course, cutting, yes, but not only cutting chains. 3 important things, and this will be my message for you at the final part of my speech. What is important in nowadays? First, as we know, world changes and will change. We have to cooperate every day and we have to change experiences. That's the only way to avoid everything that may appear and we even don't know what will appear. Last 2 years showed this. The most important message for me is that we have always think outside of the box. There is no place for traditional thinking. We know it. And this is the place to give a floor to Professor Pawełczyk. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As professor, I would be able to talk for the whole day. As vice director, everybody asks, please keep your time. So I'll be very short. This is an example of excellent collaboration between business, between society and universities. I represent a research university, a technical university, and we are developing in the number of fields, mostly related to technical sciences, but not only. We defined our priority research areas, but I am here not just only to talk about my university, but about the other universities as well, which we decided to collaborate very closely. And together with the metropolis, with the region, with the city, with the industrial partners, we submitted an application for the European Capital of Science, and we got that status. So next following years will be very, very active, and we will be an example of collaboration between universities as well. So we are trying to optimize our infrastructure, to optimize our collaboration, to optimize any aspects of our duties. And we represent public universities, not only public. I also represent Polish Academy of Sciences. So we will be able to demonstrate the collaboration, and we also like to promote this collaboration too. That's why, taking the opportunity of being here, I would like to kindly ask all of you, those who are representing different universities and different regions. I just made a note yesterday and I counted 10 universities from all over the world here, just to try to establish a network between us and exchange the ideas and not repeat, but improve. So we will be able to collaborate very closely. So this is my offer to you if you want to take this offer. So please, please contact and stay in touch. And I also like to mention that, which is on this slide, that we are changing the approach to teaching. And this approach at our universities is to include projects which are motivated by the needs of the industrial partners and needs of the societies. This is our model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. No, do stay a moment. I have a couple of questions, or otherwise it's just you and me, but if you'd like to come back. This has been great to really experience also the collaboration that you were talking about, and it looks like it's great fun. I'd love to be part of your team. Is it true? Is it as fun as you make it look?
Absolutely. Absolutely, it'd be perfect. And, you know, currently, nowadays, it's difficult to do anything by yourself. Yes, if you have partners, if you have good partners, you may learn, but you may also share the duties, you may share the ideas, you have somebody to exchange your ideas. So this is very important. That's why I think that if we establish a network, I think that the network between the cities and the metropolis is already established. But I think that if we establish a network between the universities, it will be very, very motivating. It can be a research network, but of any kind of collaboration.
Right, wonderful. And you were talking, I think, the three of you, about the need to have this sort of resilience. So you're creating almost redundant collaboration for when the going gets tough, right? We've already got that trusting relationship. Two questions for you. One is, how do you deal with those who don't want to change? And the second is, you talked at the beginning about there was a decision taken to change, and you said from the brown field to this new green place. Who took that decision? Perhaps we'll start with that. Who took the decision to change?
As I mentioned about 4 partners, residents, we have to involve them to the process of making decision. When we doing some process, for example, standard of walkability or policy of parkings, we create some school of prototyping this kind of project. We invite organization, we guide representative of residents, and collaborate with them. Also with clerks from the other cities, because with other cities we create Metropolis office. We learn each other, we create new ideas, new projects, and implement directly dedicated project to the place.
And would you say it's similar to this sort of living lab that we heard?
Yes, exactly. This
right.
is the best words described for this.
And would you say that that is also the best way to deal with resistance to change?
This is only one way, I think.
Okay. Would you like to add, please?
I would like to add one thing. As I said earlier, very important is to cooperate every day, but what it gives also, it's not only relationship, but it's also friendship. That is easy to cooperate and to fight with many things when you have your team, like on a football match, like one team. It is very important. I always say. Thank you.
And I think, yeah, please, hold on.
This is very important. For instance, if the university organizes something and needs support, I may call the president, I may call the other president, just come. I may call even the same day. And if they have time, they will do their best to come. So we may reduce the formalities just for the sake of collaboration.
Right, so it's not just changing what you do, it's also a lot about changing how you do it. Thank you very much. You've been a great visualization of what that actually means. Thank you. I'll take that for you. Wonderful. And now let's go to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is the partner city of Dortmund, which is one very important connection. And Sean Luther is here. He's Executive Director of Innovate PGH. It's a public-private partnership, so you're personifying the collaboration in one person to accelerate Pittsburgh into a position as a global innovation city. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. A couple important caveats before I get going. First, I also apologize. I have the exact same presentation as the last two speakers. I think that personifies my experience here in the Ruhr Valley over the past couple of days. And meeting many of you all in the audience, I have found my tribe, so to speak, and Pittsburgh's economic history is not uncommon in the States, but to really identify the challenges and opportunities here in the Ruhr Valley, as well as with many of you from around Europe and elsewhere, has really been inspirational. And so I want to thank the hosts, both from the state and locally, for providing us that opportunity, and certainly for getting us over here. I also want to thank you all for entertaining the innate American inability to speak any other language, and humoring us all with allowing us to speak English. I did attempt to start a presentation a few weeks ago when delegates from North Rhine-Westphalia were in Pittsburgh with how bad my German is, despite my surname being German. And it did not go over well, even in that lost in translation. So instead, I will do my customary joke to get myself started as a short person at a very tall table, both metaphorically, given the stature of the speakers before me, but also physically. This is a very tall table for someone of my stature. Last note is I'm going to talk a little bit more about Pittsburgh's transformation from an economic perspective. Many of our speakers this morning have been really inspirational in physical transformations that have accompanied economic transformations. My colleague, Professor Gastel, is here from Carnegie Mellon University. You'll hear from him this afternoon. He is a specialist and an expert in our region on that physical transformation, and that provides me the opportunity to show you some graphs and slides in addition to some pretty pictures. Let me start with a little bit of orientation. I told some folks from RVR a few nights ago that I hate that I always have to describe where Pittsburgh is based on other American cities. So I'm not going to do that out loud, but I did do it graphically so that you can see essentially due south from Toronto, about 5 hours drive west from New York City. We are in many ways the first US city that evolved beyond the coast. And that really gets to the economic history that we'll talk a little bit about. But the nuts and bolts really line up with many of your cities. Metro population of about 2.6 million people, a GDP of about 140 billion. That's equivalent to the state of New Jersey in the US or Kuwait. So it's a small region that packs a big punch like many of yours. Our current innovation economic focuses really center around artificial intelligence, specifically hardware robotics, advanced life sciences, and advanced manufacturing, and I'm going to get into that a little bit. But I reference that because since 2009, roughly, which is when we hosted the G20, that's really been Pittsburgh's calling card on the global stage. It's the transformation of our industrial heritage into a really concerted, though I'll share with you more this afternoon, in some ways accidental, overnight success that took 30 years. That really brings us to where that story. But to begin, as one of our speakers said yesterday, to know the future, you have to look at the past. And our past really mirrors, again, that environmental impact of economic success that many of you shared over the past 100 years. So today, this is our downtown district. I would be very excited for a nighttime image of Pittsburgh to look vibrant with streetcars returned to our roadways. The challenge is this is 9 in the morning. Where the city skies are so darkened that during the day our streetlights are on. The trope that Pittsburghers who were working in the offices in downtown would take 2 shirts with them to the office because their collars would be so sooty by the afternoon. The larger story here is that our unique geography and the geological resources that we have, really being a city of rivers, got us to where we were, but they could not get us to where we are. And that has taken a decades-long overcoming of demographic and economic headwinds that really started, now that we look back at the data, as Mayor Bloomberg would say, in the late 60s and culminated in the late 70s, frankly, right before I was born, with the near total collapse of Pittsburgh's steel industry. I'll be honest, I was talking to the folks from Manchester who know our former mayor. As someone my age, I've just turned 40, it's very traumatic. The economic collapse of Pittsburgh, to me, is our history. And so unlike our former mayor, who has this very dynamic telling of his witness of our sports team's success and our economic collapse at the same time. To me, this is Pittsburgh. And that's one of the things that gets me excited for my job every day, is to build off of this successful transformation that my predecessors made. And maybe a little bit different than the conversation so far this morning, move away from our industrialized past and stop romanticizing our industrial past. And I think that's an interesting, if controversial, conversation to have in this room. So today, Pittsburgh's air and water have been cleaned, largely by a 75-year effort driven by a large corporate consortium working with the public sector to drive this really systemic change. I will tell you that a picture cannot smell. A picture cannot convey, or a picture of the river cannot convey the pollutants in the river. There is still much work to do. I was very inspired by the work cleaning the river that we saw yesterday. But it does paint a picture of one of the most dynamic US cities that, frankly, we in Pittsburgh describe as European. There is no city in the US that really embodies the density, the urban form, and yet the access to the green and the park system that the speakers this morning were talking about here in the Ruhr Valley, that we really mirror in a US package that is, frankly, enjoyable. To dive into the economic opportunity here, about 5 years ago, the McKinsey company did a study basically identifying where is future GDP growth going to happen. And they identified 1/3 of all future economic potential in these advanced industries. And many of you, clearly from your presentations and our conversations, embody different expertise on these lists. Pittsburgh happens to have, through some, again, luck, but also some concerted investments in our university research system, specializations in automation, advanced robotics, autonomous vehicles, genomics, 3D printing, advanced material manufacturing, oil and gas extraction, now increasingly as we move into some focus on clean tech as well. And so our work in Pittsburgh now is to put this together into an economic strategy rather than a series of disconnected assets, which is really what we have right now. The outcome of those strengths is, we call this our logo map. It's our favorite showpiece. If you are a tech company on the NASDAQ 1000, you are very likely to have at least 15 people on the ground in Pittsburgh. This is a direct manifestation of the strength of our university ecosystem, slowly but surely replacing the strength of our industrialized manufacturing capabilities. And many of these logos are here through acquisitions, exciting exits of homegrown tech in Pittsburgh. But increasingly, we are seeing companies expand into Pittsburgh exclusively to take advantage of our talent and our research strengths without making a specific acquisition. And I think we'll talk a little bit this afternoon, like many folks, that has its opportunities and its challenges. One thing I want to note is, unlike here in the Ruhr Valley and in our partners in Poland, the industrial and labor switch to a research-based economy in Western Pennsylvania is nearly complete. And you can see about 10 years ago, we fully inverted the percentage of our labor force in advanced industries focused on R&D from the iron and steel manufacturing that made our region so famous over the last 150 years. I will be honest with you all here as friends, we expect that blue line to continue tricking down. We have stiff domestic competition, especially with the states in the Southeast who are predominantly anti-union, are very willing to open their checkbooks and provide direct tax incentives to relocate Pittsburgh's industrial capacity outside of Pittsburgh, even as we see increases in domestic manufacturing as in large. And so it's really incumbent on us that we capitalize on these R&D strengths. Otherwise, we anticipate that we will be out of viable economic platforms moving forward. Oh, shit. Shiza, I guess. So I do want to talk a little bit about the actual innovation economy, because that is my day job in Pittsburgh. And so in addition to those national or international companies that have made big tech heavy influence in Pittsburgh, we do have a strong startup ecosystem that is predominantly but not exclusively driven from tech transfer out of our two big research universities. So that adds up to about $11.6 billion in value. And we've seen over the last 12 months 5 pretty significant exits, which is new for Pittsburgh. Normally, we see small companies being acquired by big companies very early in their trajectory. We're actually at the IPO stage, and so see that opportunity for reinvestment into the ecosystem, which is really exciting. We also operate, or have within our city operating, a sophisticated network of independent ecosystem organizations, entrepreneur support organizations as we call them. They are tracking and accelerating about 500 true startups in the innovation space. And we track this through a platform we built called Astri Pittsburgh, and our partners at Deal Room, actually just north in Amsterdam. Some of those ESOs do receive state support, especially on the pre-seed investment level and a few of our accelerators. But by and large, one of the biggest differences from our partners here in Europe is a lot of our operation. The majority of our tech ecosystem is funded by private and corporate dollars. In Pittsburgh, that's predominantly private foundation wealth that's being recirculated into economic investment. And so it's another way that we see our previous economic strengths that created these pots of structured institutional wealth being invested in a tech-based platform to diversify rapidly the economy moving forward. We do have fairly robust venture capital investment that is locally based, again, especially on that seed and pre-seed space, though I will tell you that we do a lot of small pre-seed checks and not a lot of big seed checks. And so we have more shots on goal for those of you in hockey-watching countries than we do kind of big bets on a few technologies. And the connection between Pittsburgh companies and our local venture capital organizations is actually fairly tenuous. Our most successful homegrown companies are still going to the West Coast or to Boston if they're a life science company for their venture capital investments, even as we have homegrown venture capital that is looking for investment opportunities, and they're increasingly looking at our partner cities or near rival cities, frankly, in Cleveland, Detroit, and Chicago in the Midwest. So it's a really interesting dynamic that pushes back in some ways against the polycentric, collaborative nature of the Ruhr Valley that we've been able to experience over the past couple of days. This strength is, as I mentioned, predominantly driven by our academic anchors in the Pittsburgh Innovation District, which is centered in our Oakland neighborhood. That's an area of about 300,000 hectares, which includes both and overlapping campuses of the University of Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon University, and our hospital system, UPMC. The University of Pittsburgh is our public partner in higher education. If you get on your Twitter stream right now, you will not hear about their predominance in advanced life sciences, their place as the solution for the polio vaccine, or a top 5 recipient of our federal health research dollars. You will see a lot of coverage that about 4 hours ago, they beat their Americanische football rival in West Virginia, and really underscoring the extremely different nature of our higher education systems in the US from here in Europe. They are closely partnered with a medical provider, a hospital system, which is now our region's largest employer, called UPMC. Together, they're the largest academic medical center in North America, and they're the only academic medical center that has an integrated health insurance provider. And so we see a lot of pressure and opportunity in our entrepreneurial landscape, not just on advanced biological and chemistry-based life sciences, genomics, gene therapy, vision rehabilitation, oncology, et cetera, but also in health IT and health tech and really understanding health delivery. And I think there's an interesting opportunity for our two very different health systems to take advantage of this health tech, health IT strategy that lives at the collision of Pittsburgh's strength in life sciences as well as in automation, AI, and computer sciences. Speaking of automation, AI, and computer sciences, the Innovation District is also home to Carnegie Mellon University, Carnegie being Andrew Carnegie, the Scotsman who is responsible for the amalgamation of the domestic steel industry in the States and centering that on Pittsburgh, and Mellon, which is also one of our big financial partners in the philanthropic space who financed that endeavor. Carnegie Mellon is a world-beating institution in advanced sciences. It's home to the #1 computer science program and the #1 robotics program in North America. It is arguably home to the birth of the field of automation, and as a result is also the #1 AI program now in the world. I don't know who does rankings of global artificial intelligence programs, but I'm going to keep that on my slide until someone tells me otherwise. Collectively, these institutions do over $1.5 billion in USD in annual corporate research dollars. That is how we get the logo map. The more these big tech companies increase their collaboration with Carnegie Mellon and similarly with the University of Pittsburgh, the more economic opportunity and growth we see locally. I will share, however, that of that $1.5 billion, very little of that is staying in Western Pennsylvania, in the greater Pittsburgh area. And so I've shared a couple times with partners here, in many ways, the knowledge economy is being extracted from Pittsburgh in the same way that our natural resources were extracted in coal and iron ore and now natural gas. And so it's a really complicated question for us on how we create an equitable and sustained economic growth pattern by selling our most valuable assets and seeing that shipped elsewhere in the States and elsewhere in the world. And so the broad perception here is that Pittsburgh has made it. We are the model for economic transformation from heavy industry to Duolingo, which is I clearly need to spend more time on so that I can do this next presentation auf Deutsch, as well as companies like Aurora, who IPO'd this year, who are powering the brains that will allow for the autonomous taxis that Dr. Rutti talked about, which will reduce traffic in New York. So if all that's the case, if all of these great things are happening, what are the actual challenges in Pittsburgh? Again, as friends, this is the part of the story that I don't tell when I'm bragging about Pittsburgh. We actually have some significant headwinds that our tech economy is not yet prepared to tackle. And what we've seen is that despite the amount of R&D production at our universities, we have not been able to translate that into actual jobs, economic growth, investment, and new company starts in Pittsburgh the way that you would think that we should, that we tell the world that we do, and that frankly we should be doing better. And you can actually see this pretty dynamically when you look at our output in the gold bars on research LQ, which is essentially how much better than the US average Pittsburgh is at talking about, learning about, and creating IP for advanced industries, versus the blue bars, which show our actual employment. This chart is a couple of years old, but we just updated the numbers. I'm just not allowed to show them to you yet. The teaser is, it's still pretty much the same. We outpunch our weight in AI, computer sciences, and advanced life sciences pretty significantly. We have very little sustainable ongoing job growth in those spaces, which really gets back to the nature of tech, and especially big tech, to farm cities like ours and then bring that IP back to their headquarters or their mothership, depending on what your metaphor is. When we look at the baseline factors that support high-growth entrepreneurship everyone looks at venture capital. And again, if I were telling you all the things that are great about Pittsburgh, I would assign these graphs by population, I would assign these graphs by city size, and Pittsburgh would rise to the top, and some of our big exits would really mask some structural investment problems that we have. We have very little angel investment dollars. We have very few Series A, Series B domestic rounds available. And so Pittsburgh is all the way at the bottom in that red bar on this screen compared to the US average and even some of our competitive and not particularly aspirational peer sets. And then post-coronavirus, Pittsburgh is in a particularly difficult situation. This is from an economist in Pittsburgh that I follow on Twitter. He's my favorite University of Pittsburgh researcher, Chris Bream. The US labor market is in blue, and this is essentially job recovery, people re-entering the labor force. And Pittsburgh is in orange there at the bottom. We're second to last of all major metros in Pittsburgh on recovery of the labor market. I'm not an economist. I have many theories about why this is that are better to share at our reception tonight. But suffice to say, it points again to us needing to coordinate and capture our tech economic growth and really center that in Western Pennsylvania to achieve the type of opportunity that we saw from broad-based economic platforms like heavy manufacturing and resource extraction. And then finally, Pittsburgh is frankly not a hugely diverse city by North American standards. Tech is not a particularly diverse field. Across the US, less than 7% of all IT workers are black. The participation by female entrepreneurs and founders is just as bad. And in Pittsburgh, the numbers are significantly worse. And so our tech sector continues to focus too much on the same people who have continued to grow. I'm going to quickly just talk about what we have done to combat this, which is essentially build the organization that I work for, Innovate PGH. And this is as we said, public-private partnership. And the goal is to bring the universities back into the economic development system and really admit and advance the idea that they are our global opportunity for economic growth. But we are repeating what has been most successful in Pittsburgh, which is to build these public-private partnerships outside of state or city government, but connect in our elected leadership. So the mayor, the county executive both sit at a table with the university presidents and chancellors, with our private sector leadership to identify how we can solve some of these challenges. And we operate at the center of this diversified economic and tech-based ecosystem. And so all of our independent accelerators, all of our university tech transfer offices right now have their own funding source, their own mission statements, their own work plans. Our job is to make sure that all of those organizations are focused together on solving some of these challenges in Pittsburgh's economic and tech-based structure. And I will close by saying that I very much enjoyed Dr. Roddy's presentation this morning because we are, in many ways, attempting that rapid pilot phase at the ecosystem level rather than at the physical infrastructure level. Where I disagree with him a little bit is that we need to look exclusively at the data to point to where we make those attempts and that fail-fast model. In cities like ours and everyone you're hearing from today, the data will not indicate that these are the cities that will win the next century from an economic development perspective. The data will say we should invest in Berlin, we should invest in London, we should invest in Warsaw, we should invest in San Francisco. And I think we know in this room our gut instinct, the true mark of how venture capital is successful, that we have a role to play, but it's a unique role. And a role that is different than what the superstar cities are going to play in the next 100 years. And frankly, I look forward to conversations today which will identify what that role is going to be.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. And in fact, there are questions. We don't have time to broach them now, but it is interesting that you actually looked at them at the end of your presentation. Have you taken the people of Pittsburgh with you on this success route, or have you lost and replaced the industry era families? What's the role of civil society in the Pittsburgh innovation ecosystem? And transformation often has negative social impacts. Pittsburgh has a very high crime rate, etc. So this is, I think, what you're talking to, the challenges of actually, perhaps without looking at the past, still taking the past with you.
Learning from it. Yeah,
right,
absolutely.
thank you. And please do have an argument with Professor Ratti. In the
I'm pretty sure I'll lose.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break now. So Manchester's going to be after the break. And because unfortunately we will not be having a presentation from Randstad today. The speaker has had private reasons to not be able to attend. So do take a break now. Please talk to people that you've not met before, and we'll see you back here at 25 past. So at 11:25. Thank you. the same. Super. Danke. Let's get started. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, do come and join us. We have another 3 very important and fascinating presentations before we go to lunch, and you can continue your talks. Our next presenter is already on the stage, so do come and join us. Come and take a seat. And just as you come in, I'd like to see hands. Who's spoken to someone over the course of the last day and a half who you did not know before coming here? Oh, yes, he says. Oh, yes. Very good. Who's been inspired by someone? Thank you. Oh, very big hand up there. Who loves the Ruhr region? Come on. All right. Well, welcome back. And as promised, 3 further presentations from 3 other fascinating metropolitan regions that we can be inspired by and learn from and take the time to increase the network and the collaboration with. Andy Burnham is here, Mayor of the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. And over to you for the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Guten Morgen, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren. Mein Name ist Andy Burnham. Ich bin Bürgermeister von Greater Manchester. That's as much as I think I can risk, but it is great to be with you. Actually, it's a year ago, I think, to the day, pretty much, that I had the honour of addressing the North Rhine-Westphalia Parliament on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the founding of the state, and many colleagues from Greater Manchester who are with me again today were there, and we will always remember that occasion, the warmth with which we were received. And we did sign an agreement, as State Secretary Spike said. We developed a collaboration agreement with the regional Verband Ruhr, and that's been in place for 1 year now. And actually, I was just thinking about, well, what progress can we demonstrate? There is one very big piece of, if you like, commerce between Greater Manchester and the Ruhr that has happened, a 60 million euro export from this region to ours. And I can say it's been very, very successful, and people are very pleased about it. He scored 3 goals on Wednesday, and he scored 3 goals in the match before. I'm talking about Erling Haaland, and we are very grateful for it. Well, Manchester City are very grateful for the wonderful Erling Haaland. But the serious thing I want to get over today is we want to make this agreement real. You know, we're here today, we come back today to show how much we, as Greater Manchester, value this relationship. And the times are so challenging that we need now to make collaboration very real, because we've got huge challenges. You know, if I reflect back to last year, we kind of felt then, I think, that it was going to be challenging to recover from the pandemic, and we were looking ahead to COP26 in Glasgow. It kind of almost felt simple that time now compared to this time. You know, I don't think any of us could have imagined how the world would change again in just one year. We are facing, you know, following the pandemic, an energy crisis and a cost of living crisis. And bear in mind, the pandemic has kind of taken a lot from us in terms of resilience and in terms of people's mental health and well-being. And now we have to face an autumn, a winter, perhaps, where people can't have their lights on, the heating on, their mental health potentially could go lower. They might struggle to pay to pay the bills, and it's a huge, huge issue for all of us. There are voices in British politics at the moment, which you might have noticed is a little bit turbulent. We should have a new Prime Minister within a number of days, but there are voices saying, not so much on my side of politics, but certainly on the other side, that we should go back to coal, we should go back to gas, we should go back to oil, that this is all too difficult and we've got to just go with what we knew. We in Greater Manchester see it completely differently. We are famous as a city for always bringing on the new, bringing on the future. It's always has been a very future-facing city. And our view is the opposite. We feel we've got to bring the future forward now. We've got to accelerate the drive to net zero. That is the best way to do this. The quickest, the cheapest, the cleanest way of meeting the energy challenge and building energy security for our region and for the country. But here's the thing, and I think this is where we have so much in common. We want to make sure that greener can also be fairer, that the drive to net zero becomes a journey to a more equal Greater Manchester in terms of opportunity, in terms of people's living standards. I think we have had the turbulence in British politics because of the level of inequality in our country between the regions. That created a resentment about things. We're neglected, and think that kind of has been there. So what we're trying to do as the leading part of England with devolution, more power to do more for ourselves, is say, well, okay, we know where we're going. We have a date of a net zero city region by 2038. It's a science-based target set for us, with us, by the University of Manchester. And we want to go on that journey now and make it a journey that lowers the cost of living for people, improves people's housing, cleans up the transport, but at the same time makes it cheaper to use. And that's the journey. Can we make greener fairer? I think that's the question. I would like to see if we could explore that question with our friends in the Ruhr, because I think that's what we need to do. And to be honest with you, it's a 16-year journey that will be highly challenging. I think we all know that. And some of the technologies that we will need to get us there haven't even been invented yet. So we will need to work together. And for me, there are two things that are the heart of it. We will need to collaborate, and we will need to innovate. And I just want to say something about the big theme of this summit today, innovation. Greater Manchester, for those who don't know it, was the heart of the original industrial revolution. It was the cotton capital of the world, Cottonopolis it used to be called, when the first industrial revolution brought the mechanization of the weaving machinery. But then if you look through the last century before this one, 1904, it was the place where Mr. Rolls met Mr. Royce. And obviously, a lot of industrial innovation came from that particular meeting at the Midland Hotel in Manchester. It was the place where the atom was split in 1917 by Ernest Rutherford at the University of Manchester. It is the place where the first programmable computer was developed in 1948. And more recently, in 2003, Manchester was the place where graphene, the isolation of graphene, first happened. And that, for those who don't know, is a Nobel Prize-winning material that is just one atom thick. And it's beginning to now open up opportunities, which I'll just return to in a moment. But that innovation is crucial to us. It's part of us. And we see it as part of our story going forward, as I've said, about quickening change and bringing on the future. We are the fastest growing digital and tech hub in Europe. And exactly as Carola said in her presentation about this being the greenest industrial part of Germany, we have an ambition of being the UK's leading green city region, as well as the UK's leading digital city region. Digitalization, decarbonisation, these are the forces, aren't they, that we need to kind of pull together to be able to face these huge challenges in front of us. We have established a new entity called Innovation GM, which is very private sector led, to bring focus to this, the commercialization of graphene, but also the whole net zero challenge. We are working with the UK government on a big uplift to research and development spending in the north of England, where we sit at the heart of the north of England. And our aim is to increase it by 25% by the end of this decade. And we have a plan to do that through innovation at GM. From the R&D point of view, I think people often think about the R, but not enough about the D. That's the crucial bit, isn't it? Bringing the stuff from the lab out into real application. So we have a really thriving ecosystem based around the University of Manchester on the Oxford Road corridor in Manchester. It's a centre of excellence for scientists, engineers, companies working together, particularly in that area of advanced materials and advanced manufacturing. We are home to the National Graphene Institute, the Graphene Engineering Innovation Centre. So we have physical places where we are looking to do this translational work and research. We have the Henry Royce Institute. So all of this infrastructure is there. And we want to obviously work with partners to make the most of it. We were also joined on this trip by the University of Salford, another one of our leading universities, who are specializing in energy and housing and the built environment. And they've just made a major investment in a project called Energy House, which is a living lab to test new methods of construction with regard to energy usage, energy conservation. And again, that is a facility that may be something that can be used collaborating with industry here, and we'd be keen to explore that. So how all this starts to come together, well, I'll give you one example. We believe sustainable advanced materials are going to really matter in this century, given that they account for so much of the global emissions, particularly steel, cement, and ethylene. We are working now with Manchester-based companies. One is Nationwide Engineering, who are pioneering something called concretine, which is the adding of graphene to concrete. And with just a small amount of the strength that graphene builds added to concrete, we believe we can reduce environmental emissions by 30% on a typical construction project. So that is just beginning now to move forward. It could be a game changer if the built environment gets on board, and hope that will be of interest to you. We have many big German names within that innovation ecosystem I mentioned. Siemens, a very long-standing big player with their UK headquarters in Greater Manchester. More recently, Qiagen, MAN Energy Solutions, and obviously here with Richard, who many of you know, who formerly was head of BASF in the UK, but now very much working to build this partnership with you for us. So that's kind of where we are at the moment. And I just will say one final thing about the other side of the challenge, which is the collaboration side of it. So innovation definitely, but to innovate we're also going to need to collaborate. And I'll just say something about Greater Manchester that may not always be apparent to people observing the UK political debate from the outside, because I think from the outside it looks like there was a very kind of big statement of separation that was made through Brexit, and a desire to completely step back. Well, it's not the case. As I was saying before, there were complex reasons why that vote went in the way that it did. But our city is still a city that looks out, is very European in its aspect. It wants to collaborate. We're here because we're sending you that very, very clear message, not just to our friends from the Ruhr, but all the other partner cities and city regions here. We have so much in common, don't we? As former industrial areas, we know what it's like to face tough times, but we also know how to stick together, and we also know how to bring on the new. And I think if we keep as a network, we'll be able to do that. From our point of view, we're not going to let Brexit create this rift, and we're going to keep working to make sure that we're here and we're collaborating. We want to learn always from the best examples of practice around. So we've modelled Innovation Greater Manchester, for instance, on the best international models, one being the partnership between university, industry and civic leaders such as Brainport Eindhoven. I think I've got that right. So our model is very much based on that. And we obviously want to, whatever the future of the Horizon project and whether the UK is a partner in it, we want to use our agreement here to make sure we have the opportunity for exchange between particularly younger people so that we can pioneer that ongoing collaboration at the younger level. And I think we are also interested in the Fraunhofer Institutes and whether some of our networks in the UK could connect there, and we could explore possibilities there. I had a wonderful meeting yesterday with Minister Liminski, where we discussed all of these issues, but particularly how the cost of living crisis hits the climate crisis. And what I would like to do, if the Minister and if colleagues at the RVR agree, is take a very specific project forward now with regard to how we can go faster on green energy to reduce the cost of living for people almost immediately, and do that now. And I think that is an area where we really should take forward a very focused piece of work if everybody agrees. So that's who we are, that's where we're up to. Greater Manchester has a lot to offer, but we have also a lot to learn, and we are learning every time we come on these visits. We do have a proud tradition of innovation, of industrial progress, but at the same time we're a city that also very much prides itself on social progress. We were the home of the suffragettes, for those who remember the fight for women's votes. We were the birthplace of the trade unions in the United Kingdom. We were the place that was Cottonopolis at the height of the American Civil War, but the working men and women of Manchester at that time in 1862 took a vote and they resolved that they would not handle slave-picked cotton. So Manchester was saying Black Lives Matter all those years ago. And we were also the place where people, even further back, fought for the right to vote on the streets of Manchester. So I finish by saying this because we see industrial progress and social progress as kind of crucial. They have to go together. If you try one without the other, then it won't succeed. And I think the spirit with the way kind of Germany has always worked, with that tripartite approach between employers and trade unions and government of all kinds at local, national level, I think that's how we are working. Long-term vision, political stability, and we do have good collaboration between the parties as you do here. We think those are the ingredients for success. In my cheekier moments, I like to describe Greater Manchester as the last bastion of stable government in the United Kingdom. But I think we've got some justification for making that claim. But we're a good partner. We're a proper friend. We're not a fair weather friend. When we commit to a relationship, we commit to it, and we're doing that with the Raw, but we would want to do it with other colleagues as well. I'm really looking forward to hearing from Pittsburgh. I was a really close friend of the former Mayor Peduto, and I think that there's so much in common between us all that means we do have to keep close. So that's us. That's what we're all about. That's where we're going with regard to the future. It's a really challenging journey, but it could be an exciting one. It could make this world a better place, and I hope we can all go on that journey together. Thanks very much indeed for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I do agree, it's very nice not having London represented here at the moment.
Yeah, tick.
Thanks very much.
No problem.
So I have, just stay with me a minute. So I have no question here in Slido. You feel free, if you have questions, to use it, but I would love to hear a couple of sentences, perhaps also, on the question that we didn't have time for Pittsburgh, which was, what's the role of civil society?
I missed Pittsburgh. Sorry, was I out and doing an interview? I'm sorry if I missed the Pittsburgh presentation.
So what's the role of civil society in the innovation ecosystem? Because you've said social and economic transformation goes hand in hand. What role does civil society play?
Oh, I think it's huge. So the way we work in Greater Manchester is it's a very bottom-up approach. You know, I was in Westminster. I was a member of Parliament for 16 years. I was in the Blair government. I was in the Brown government. And while I'm proud of some of the things that they did, it was a top-down type. You're nodding because it was like that, you know. And Britain is like that. You know, Westminster decides everything, and it just gets dropped on. But then you don't get the ownership and the buy-in, do you? And so when I decided to leave and come into this new role as Mayor of Greater Manchester, I decided that the great strength of what it could offer would be the bottom-up approach, the building on that culture of solidarity and collective working, involve more people in the making of decisions. So if you come to Greater Manchester, you would find that the business community is heavily involved in the political decision-making of the city region, but so are the community organisations, the voluntary organisations. We have networks on a whole range of issues that are a combination of players, big and small, from all of the different sectors. And for me, I think, you know, if I reflect on how we got through the pandemic, it was a whole society approach, public, private, voluntary, faith. And I think as we go forward into this latest crisis, it will be exactly the same. If you can get that sense of collective ownership of the issues and commitment to work together, that will be the way to get through it. And to be honest with you, I think that bottom-up change is better change, I think, because it's kind of been created by more people. And we're if you like, we're the incubator within the UK at the moment, because Greater Manchester is doing more of this thinking than anywhere else. We're changing the way we make policy, the way we implement policy, and it makes it quite an exciting place to be. But I would say, you know, for me, the traditional way of thinking about government and, you know, the way decisions are made, I think it absolutely has gone. You know, we need to start networking, we need to build ecosystems, all voices need to be heard within, and then that builds the strength and the resilience that I think all of our places are going to need.
Right, thank you. And I think that came across very strongly. This, if we have the resilience of the region, then maybe that can also contribute to the individual resilience of the people who've suffered so much over the last few years as well.
Definitely, absolutely. I mean, I think there's sorry, just to add, I mean, I think resilience is a word that came up a lot in my meeting with the minister yesterday, but I think it's probably a word that's on everyone's minds. My son, who's 22, said to me last week, we were just chatting away about things. He said, do you think I'll live in permanent crisis until I'm up to 40? You know, because will the world always be in this some? And it kind of made me go, but it feels like it, doesn't it? It feels like these shocks are just going to keep on coming.
Right.
So I think permanent resilience and how you build it, I think, becomes a question for all cities. We're part of the global 100 Resilient Cities network, and we you know, the things that I think we've been through in the last 5 years, a terrorist attack at the Manchester Arena, fires, and obviously there were floods here, and then all of that's additional to the pandemic, and now, you know, so how we get through all of this, how we keep the mental health of our residents high, I think is a massive challenge. And you know, I think the answers are going to be found everywhere. You can't find all of them yourselves, so collaboration is the only way to build that resilience that we're all going to need.
Great. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And now I'm very excited to go to a region that I know less well than the UK, where I was born. We're going to Tsukuba in Japan. Tatsuo Igarashi is mayor of the city of Tsukuba, and Tsukuba is the partner city of Bochum, which is one very, very important connection. But hey, Japan is such a close neighbor to North Rhine-Westphalia in so many other cities that it's very, very interesting, and we're looking forward to your presentation now. Thank you. Mayor.
Hello everyone. I am Tatsuo Igarashi, Mayor of Tsukuba City. First of all, I'd like to congratulate on hosting the Metropolitan Innovation Summit. I would also like to mention how honored I am to be given this opportunity to present our initiatives in Tsukuba City. Our initial plan was to visit there in person and give a presentation where you are now, but regrettably, this was not possible due to various circumstances. Instead, I would like to introduce our initiatives through this video presentation. Today I'm going to feature the concept of Tsukuba Super Science City. That is what Tsukuba is aiming for as a smart city. Having a good access to the Tokyo station, which is about an hour away by train, Tsukuba is an excellent and convenient city to live and work in. Despite many cities experiencing declining birth rate and shrinking population, the population of Tsukuba City has grown by approximately 4,000 every year, exceeding 250,000 as of June 2022. One of the greatest uniqueness of Tsukuba City is that it is a global city of research and science. The city has continued to develop since Tsukuba Science City construction plan was approved by the Japanese cabinet in 1963. The city is also home to 150 research institutions in the public and private sectors, and 20,000 people are engaged in a wide range of research and development activities, of which 8,000 are PhD holders. There are 10,000 people from abroad, representing 140 nationalities. It is an academic city full of diversity. Now I would like to talk about our mission. What is the mission of Tsukuba as a science city? I believe that our mission is to improve people's lives through science and technology and contribute to humankind. Because of the nature of our city, I have set exploring tomorrow as the vision of the city since taking office as mayor of Tsukuba. The world is facing various problems such as falling birth rate, aging population, climate changes, issues around how we work, and food and agricultural problems. I believe that no city in the world has yet found solutions to these problems. This is why we as a city would like to provide clues to solve these problems. Now here, let me introduce some of our smart city initiatives in Tsukuba City. The first initiative I'd like to talk about is online voting. Like many other countries, Japan currently uses a paper ballot voting. Tsukuba City has started the testing of online voting since 2018, so that people who cannot go to a voting place due to various circumstances such as physical work and time-related constraints can also cast their vote. We have done the testing every year using a Japanese individual number card called My Number Card, as well as blockchain and other technologies to verify identity and to prevent data falsification, so that online voting will become available at national and municipal elections in the future. In 2021, 2 high schools in the city had online voting for student council elections. Health management at elementary and junior high schools in the city were also digitalized. In the early days of COVID-19 pandemic, school children used to report their health condition on paper. Because school teachers then had to check each of these papers at the school entrance, the entrance areas got crowded. In response to the situation, we decided to digitalize the physical condition reporting system using a smartphone app in collaboration with Liver Corporation, a startup company from the University of Tsukuba. In addition, an extra function was added to the app which enabled parents to send messages other than health conditions to teachers, which helped reduce the workload of teachers. Because the app can also monitor the situation of each class or a whole school, in the future it will be able to detect the infectious diseases such as influenza and COVID-19, etc., enabling us to promptly take measures to prevent the spread. Another sector that we are focusing on in Tsukuba is the mobility sector. In this photo, you can see a drone flying over the residential area to deliver something. In Japan, drones have been used for delivery to apartment blocks which are private premises or mountain areas where there are few people, but this was the first attempt to fly over a densely populated residential area. With a kind understanding of local residents, we were able to fly the drone in this residential area. In addition, we tested a robot with following function called Salsa, manufactured by Dog Corporation, a startup company in Tsukuba for the first time on public roads. Once these robots are allowed to travel on public roads, elderly people and wheelchair users will be able to carry heavy things, which will then reduce their workload. Other initiatives include various projects such as driving Segway throughout the city for the first time in Japan and operating personal transporters with a traffic light detection technology. Through these initiatives, we have been working to increase the number of options for citizens and solve their problems in various fields such as administrative procedures, healthcare, and mobility. However, what I have talked about are still in the testing stage. We are not in the stage where these technologies are accessible to everyone in their daily lives. For example, schools may hold a student council election online, but municipal or national elections cannot be done online. This is because the Public Offices Election Act clearly states that voters must go to a polling place and vote in the presence of a witness. We are also dedicated to the personal transporter sector, but there are regulations regarding what type of vehicles can go on roads. For example, the Road Traffic Act limits the height of all vehicles to 120 centimeters. However, if a safety sensor is placed on the personal transporter vehicle, it will exceed 120 centimeters and will not be able to be driven. Also, we considered introducing sharing services of personal transporters with seating, but these transporters cannot be used unsupervised. Under the Act on the use of numbers to identify a specific individual in administrative procedures, the use of an individual number card or my number is strictly limited to 3 specific fields, which are tax, social security, and disaster response. If it is possible to link my number to vital data or health check data, hospitals can swiftly respond and provide emergency medical treatment when a patient is taken to hospital by ambulance, for example. Or we can also recommend diet and exercise to extend healthy lifespan. However, my number cannot be used in the health or welfare sector. As a science city, we have done a lot of testing, but because of these restrictions, residents have not been benefited from these technologies in their daily lives. To tackle these challenges, we have set up aim to become a super city. Super City is a smart city-related scheme unique to Japan. The national government of Japan is promoting the scheme of national strategic special zones called Super City, which is a city where advanced technologies combined with data connection and area-specific deregulations are used to solve problems. Under this new national scheme, we believe we could realize what we wanted to. We aim to create inclusive communities where no one is left behind in order to solve daily problems of residents and improve their quality of life. We put our ideas and suggestions into a report titled The Concept of Tsukuba Super Science City, a city which offers new options through science and realizes diverse well-being of citizens, and proposed it to the national government. The proposal was highly recognized by the government, who then designated Tsukuba as a super city in April 2022. Tsukuba City will promote the concept of Tsukuba Super Science City. Under the concept of Tsukuba Super Science City, we will provide services in these 5 areas. We will relax the regulations in these areas that I mentioned earlier, such as not being able to vote online for actual municipal and national elections, not being able to use my number for health and welfare sectors, and not being able to use personal transporters, so that instead of just testing these technologies, they can be utilized in everyday situations. The concept of Tsukuba Super Science City is being promoted together with the full cooperation of Tsukuba University, led by Dr. Suzuki, the architect of this concept, who is also a professor of the university. Not only the experts of the respective area, we take advantage of being a science city and also working in close cooperation with research institutions in Tsukuba. In addition, we are promoting super city initiatives with various organizations such as the Japan Business Federation, Development Bank in Japan, G20 Global Smart Cities Alliance, and World Economic Forum. Lastly, I'd like to mention that while we are promoting the concept of Tsukuba Super Science City in close cooperation with universities, research institutions, and private companies, what we consider most important is that we do this together. Together we create. We have looked into smart city projects from all over the world that did not go well. We understand that having great technologies or companies does not mean a success. Unless we think about problems of residents and start from there, these projects, initiatives, or the concept will not be welcomed by the residents. We have continued to communicate with the residents through briefing sessions, town meetings, and workshops in each area of the city. We will continue to have more opportunities to further communicate with our residents, and together we will create Tsukuba Super Science City. Now, before ending my presentation, I'd like to show you a video of how the Super City looks like. We have been working on various projects to improve the city of Tsukuba. What does it mean to improve a city? Our answer: to make a city where you can do what you want to do and go where you want to go to. And to make a city where you do not have to be privileged to do so. We aim to create a city where these new ways of living are accessible to everyone. We are aware that everyone has their own circumstances which make it difficult or impossible for them to do what they want to do or go where they want to go to. Under the concept of Super Science City, we will utilize science to support people to do what they want and go where they want to go in the area where they live. We would like to bend an ear and provide support for each and every one of you. We will provide support services not only in the mobility and logistics sectors, but also in the sectors of public administration, healthcare, nursing care, disaster prevention, and infrastructure. We will promote initiatives to increase your options in various aspects of everyday life. When this becomes the new everyday, the old problems will be a thing of the past. The ideal situation is where technologies become so ubiquitous, seamless, and convenient that you will not even recognize them. The road to get there is not easy. We need everyone's support to remove obstacles and create new ways of living. A city which offers new ways of living that enables you to do what you want to do without any problems and which gives you clues to solve various problems must be the city where you can explore tomorrow's world. Let us use connections to our advantage and create the future together. This video was filmed for the Tsukuba Super Science City Symposium, a joint session with the University of Tsukuba, which will be held as part of an international conference, Tsukuba Global Science Week 2022, organized by the University of Tsukuba on September 28th this year. You can still register as a participant of the conference, so please take this opportunity to join in. Last but not least, I'd like to conclude my presentation by wishing success of the Metropolitan Innovation Summit and good health and well-being of you all. Thank you for your time and attention.
Wow, what a wonderful presentation. I think all the questions that we had on what about the citizens have just been answered so well in that video. We were able to see the world through the residents' eyes. And just having this very clear message, we know that this is difficult for you, seems to be a great way of justifying why we're moving in certain directions and asking people to be the test for so many radical changes that could maybe influence national policymaking. Very, very interesting. And we'll be able to discuss more about what's going on in Tsukuba later on after lunch. Let's move to our next presentation. And please, whilst we're going through the presentations, do leave me any questions that you would like me to pose as well on Slido. I'd love to hear from you. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, Professor van Oort has a personal reason why he had to leave and won't be here today. But we have our final presentation now from another place where I have actually spent a very, very nice time in Tel Aviv. And Gabi Kaminski is Managing Director of CityZone, a lab established as a cooperation between the Tel Aviv municipality, the Tel Aviv University, and the Park Atidim Tel Aviv. And Tel Aviv, as you might know, is also the partner city of Essen, where we are today. So let's now listen to our final exciting presentation from Tel Aviv. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So first of all, question, who else signs up to go with me to Helsinki and watch a live recreation of the Hunger Games in one of the islands that we've seen earlier? I'm very happy to be here. I'd like to spend the next few minutes to discuss our activities in Tel Aviv, which you, as you are well aware, enjoys a very prolific startup ecosystem, one of the most prolific in the world. With a strong focus on areas such as communications and AI and robotics and remote sensing and homeland security and mobility, all very relevant for urban innovation. And CityZone, which is a collaboration between the Tel Aviv-Yafo municipality, the Tel Aviv University, and Atidim Park Tel Aviv, actually promotes urban technologies through the city's Open Innovation Program, which includes first of all, an urban sandbox where we have a district with 10,000 people going there every day, about 3,000 cars, parking lots, EV chargers, a bus terminal, a gas station, shared mobility, cafes, restaurants, a mini market, a gym, a hospital. They tell me there's a hairdresser there. I wouldn't know about that. There's a kindergarten there. So essentially, we can easily deploy and test various technologies before a wider implementation throughout the city. And this is the only place in town where a startup can just go down to the street and install a device on the rooftop of a building or a street light pole and test and further develop their technology. So being a municipal project, we also enjoy access to the secured fiber optics networks of the municipality. So we can provide our startups to a connection of a live feed from a specific security camera in the street or other data sources that are required for their R&D. On top of that, startups get the subsidized office space in the heart of our living lab. They get academic support from the Tel Aviv University, which is one of our owners. So whenever they want to conclude a joint research with the academia, and of course this is in the best interest of the researchers themselves, to be focusing on applied sciences rather than do very theoretical things. This is an amazing opportunity for both sides. We connect our startups to our peers and colleagues from other cities, from Israel and around the world. And hopefully such meaningful connections are going to be created here later on today to help our startups with the first steps of internationalization, which is critical to them. And we also introduce them to our partners in the private sector, who might be a great go-to-market alternative that shortens their time to market and offers a startup an ability to scale much faster globally. But the most important part of our value proposition to our startups is having Tel Aviv-Yafo municipality as a design partner. So each startup in our program is accompanied by the professional expert from within the municipality, from the department, whose challenge they came to solve. And that person tests the technology and also provides feedback throughout the full year of the program that helps the startup mature their product, their technology, and their business understanding, thus overcoming the #1 reason for startup death, which is that nobody wants what they've built. Over the last 3 years since we've been established, we've seen over 400 candidates that wanted to take part in our program, and we have selected 26 companies to our portfolio. So we won't have time to cover all the 26 companies, naturally, but I did prepare a cognitive exercise for you. So the background of each of the next slide is going to tell the story of what the startup does, and it has nothing to do with what I'm going to be saying. So let's see who keeps up. Take notes and come meet me in the workshop later if you have any questions about any particular solution or startup. So the first thing we had to do was to define what it is we deal with. I mean, Tel Aviv, as I mentioned, has a very prolific startup ecosystem, but we don't want to deal with all the startups in the city. We are actually focusing on urban technologies, leveraging and harnessing these bright minds of entrepreneurs around us to solve the critical problems of the city itself. So since urban innovation can actually be related to almost anything, it is important to draw the line and focus on something. And across all facets of local government, could be urban mobility and infrastructure and operations and maintenance of the city and security and safety and education and community and welfare, we wish to improve the lives of residents, of visitors, and businesses in the city. And therefore, we focus mainly on products and technologies that are to be used by the municipality itself, either for better efficiency or for improving quality of services to the residents, but also services and products that aren't to be used directly by the municipality. However, the municipality or local government has a critical active role as a regulator or a data provider to help these things succeed. So these are the areas we are dealing with in City Zone. So as by the year 2050, we all know that about 70% of world population is going to be living in cities and urban areas. And by that year, the population of the Tel Aviv metropolitan area is about to double what it is today. Today in metropolitan area, we're about 3.5 million people. It's expected to be almost a little bit beyond 6 million by 2050. We figure that technologies that improve urban lives mean actually to face humanity's biggest challenges around climate change, resilience, mobility, and safety. And solutions to these challenges will not only come from the big corporates that we all know. Sometimes many of them will stem from the young and bright entrepreneurs that surround us, and this is what we're trying to promote. However, working with early-stage startups and young entrepreneurs is not for everyone. It's not for every city. You know, public procurement processes were not designed to procure from startups. They're actually pretty good at killing startups. They can't withstand such long processes during which they get no revenue. Sometimes they are not even eligible to meet the standard requirements to participate in the tender to begin with. And that's okay, because these processes were not designed, they were designed to protect taxpayers' money and not to risk it on ventures with very little likelihood of success eventually. So innovating with early-stage startups might not be for any city. Some cities would rather just wait for the market to evolve solutions to their problems and just procure well-tested and proven products that someone else took the risk with. And that's pretty much okay. So it's not really for you if startups, if you can't put these flexible procurement processes in place. Startups, they need a way to at least cover their costs associated with you testing their products. We call it the cost of doing business. They should cover it, but sometimes they don't have where to cover it from. Someone needs to pay the integrator or third-party team that would install devices in the street. There needs to be a quick and dirty way of doing these things with as little bureaucracy as possible, let alone understanding what happens next after a successful POC was concluded and you want to move forward. So you need to have these processes in place. It's not for you if, if I try to follow on Professor Han's opening remarks regarding serendipity. So that's the plus side. But the flip side is actually that testing a product by an early-stage startup many times doesn't work very smoothly, to say the least. Things break, the startup suddenly may face other constraints, and timetables are delayed. Sometimes the startups even die in the process, or shortly even after a successful POC. And then we're left with a challenge, and we need to find another startup to help us overcome it. But everybody's much more frustrated because we've just run through a process, and it ended up with nothing. Of course, if you can't find a champion, some processes involve multiple stakeholders within the municipality. It could be IT, it could be finance, could be legal. They all have their day-to-day headaches to deal with. And if there is no one to push forward and release sometimes bottlenecks, if there's no one who cares enough or is annoyed enough by the problem that we're here to solve, nothing will come out of it. And of course, if you plan on starting an open innovation program, also trying to promote local entrepreneurs and rely on startups from around you or attract startups to your region to build a nucleus for an ecosystem that will grow and provide employment and pay local taxes, make sure there is enough to begin with. Startups are interested in access to funding, to talent, and to clients. Now, your cities are the client. Can you facilitate the other two? Can you be relevant for these startups? So, having said all that, still we have decided to go for it and start our own, all these very good reasons to not do innovation, we decided to go for it and establish a full-fledged early stage program instead of waiting for the market to evolve mature products that we can just procure and be on with it. So the reasons for that decision were several. First of all, keeping an open eye on potential future challenges helps us put regulation in place ahead of the problem, and not just react like cities sometimes do, and we've seen them do and we've done ourselves with shared scooter mobility in the cities that create a lot of nuisance to residents, with Airbnb, with societal problems that are created due to that activity. And cities will probably be doing the same thing with drones and robots in the future. And we've just seen a great example from Tsukuba about the understanding the implications of a new technology in your city, so you can better prepare your regulation. And that's a great plus side of running an open innovation program and seeing technologies at their birth. Influencing the outcome, if a good feedback loop is in place, is a great benefit of being a design partner for a startup. The earlier the product is, the more you can influence how it would work. And that's also in the best interest of the startup, granted that you represent quite well how most of the market and industry work. So if you believe that the way you operate and you work represents 80% of the needs of the market, yeah, the startup can really benefit from this collaboration with you, and that's great to both sides. It's critical, as again we've heard just now from Tsukuba, to define the strategy and policy first, and then focus on the challenges that need to be solved, and these challenges come from the residents and the activity of the local government on a day-to-day. And an open innovation mindset, the one that is required to accompany early-stage startups, starts from the challenges and not the solutions. And this way, the city can make sure that everything is well aligned with its needs and policies, rather than the interests of the vendor that is trying to sell to the city, which sometimes happens when the big corporates approach the cities with their new technologies. As I mentioned earlier, the flip side is when you are successful, of course, there is a positive economic impact on your city, a growing startup ecosystem that can create employment and pay taxes and attract a highly educated population to the city. An effect many actually don't really see, but it's been proven to be really amazing here in Tel Aviv, at least in our case, is empowering the municipal employees that accompany the startup as professional experts in their domains. What it does to them and their day-to-day and their how they perceive themselves and the importance of their work is quite amazing, and we've seen amazing results in that sense as well. And another thing is, of course, learning and implementing the startup agile methodologies. And the nature, the get shit done DNA of a startup can really rub off on your organization and can stick. And sometimes these methodologies are actually adopted by different teams within the municipality that learn how things are done in a very agile manner. And sometimes we've seen amazing things there as well. And last but not least, of course, on top of attracting new startups in the future by this branding of your region or city as innovative, thanks to such branding, it also serves to tell your residents that you are working hard on long-term solutions to the things that bother them the most. And it conveys a powerful message that even though things aren't perfect today, that you are trying different things, even crazy ones sometimes, and although you cannot guarantee success, you'll keep on trying until a solution is found. And this is critical in how you communicate your activities to your residents as well. So following on my previous comment regarding what startups are looking for, this becomes a major issue. You know, why should they come to you? Especially if you're competing versus a big city in trying to attract these startups that is in your region. Naturally, the startups want the bragging rights, telling the world that they're working with huge cities everyone knows and will be impressed by. And there's a social proof that they're doing well. So competing with such cities is very hard. In our country, we have the privilege of being that city that everybody's trying to compete with. So first of all, a first piece of advice is leverage on your regional collaboration. This morning, we've learned that there are 53 cities in this region. There are 41 in Silesia, in Poland. As an entrepreneur, the ex-entrepreneur in me hears these are 53 potential contracts, not just one. And that's amazing. You know, it's an amazing opportunity to also sell to the startups, especially if you can leverage a very strong regional government that can bring to the table many of these cities, as opposed to our political, very fragmented situation in Tel Aviv, for example. But more importantly, when cities are great at finding that specific advantage that they have over the big cities, that's the key to being attractive to startups. You know, most of the cities and regions here, as opposed to Tel Aviv, can share great examples of running successful economic transformations. We have not been an industrial zone as all the others were telling here. You know, from mining and steel or agriculture to a more diversified economic portfolio. But focus can be a very powerful tool to start with. So focusing on a specific big corporate that call your region a home, or a specific industry which is strongly positioned in the region, such as, you know, telecom or steel or logistics in this area, it could become the seed of a local ecosystem that can later on continue thriving and expanding. Such a collaboration with the private sector can prove to become very attractive to startups who may shy away from the public sector, but the opportunities for POCs or investments by multinationals and their CVCs are very attractive to them. So with that, I would like to conclude, and thank you very much for listening, and I'll be looking forward to meeting you all in the workshops in the afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you. So Gabi, there are quite a few questions just coming in. People have now discovered the tool. Thank you so much. Let me just start and we'll answer them quite snappily.
Sure.
So the first, the approach to create solutions for urban innovation. How do you include the citizen and civil society?
Yes, so that's a great question. We as Citizen, we are a small operation, so we don't have a direct link to the residents. Of course, we monitor constantly also what's happening on social networks and how residents comment on every action by the municipality. The municipality of Tel Aviv actually uses a startup, an Israeli startup called Zen City, to monitor social sentiment on different activities by the municipality. So we're, through our activity together with the municipality, who actually prioritizes what we are focusing on, they conclude also the citizens' remarks and give us our challenges to work on.
And so that really matches Sean's question. Do you help to assemble startup teams to address civic challenges or more often match problems with existing founders?
Yeah, so for us, we have been working so far only with existing startups. We feel that given the nature of our program, which is a one-year-long program, if we only start at the ideation stage and trying to assemble teams, 1 year would not be enough to reach a point where the startup product is ready for commercialization and implementation. So we need a starting point which is further down the road with an existing proof of concept or a prototype of the technology, and then we take it from there. There are other mechanisms that Tel Aviv municipality uses to try to promote new startups, but that's not Citizen's activity.
Okay, thank you. Now, I can imagine that your answer goes back to the fact that once you've got enough startups, then you have that sort of ecosystem in itself. But the question is, Tel Aviv supports startups, but how do you keep the ongoing support of a growing company going?
So I think that question is better directed at my colleague here, Zevik, at the back of the room.
We'll save it for this afternoon.
For the afternoon in the workshop.
No problem. And the other thing is, are other areas also trying to use? So the question is your city zone approach being used as a blueprint by other municipalities? And my little question on top is, do you want other municipalities to do that?
So it is actually many cities, mostly from Israel, but also from all over the world, come to us to try to see what exactly we're doing. And we've been trying to help as many of those as we can. And I think the biggest piece of advice that I give all of them, I just gave it to you as well. When a city, a mid-sized city in the north of Israel called Hadera, most of you never heard of it, approached us and said, listen, we want to have our own city zone. Said, how will you be able to compete with Tel Aviv? I mean, all the startups want to be located in Tel Aviv. They want to stay here. They want to work with Tel Aviv. Why would they go to you? And even if today you're going to find 3 startups that are willing to do that, what's going to happen 5 years from now? Would it justify, a big project? And then we started looking and analyzing their advantages. Where can they beat Tel Aviv, where Tel Aviv can never compete with them? And they have the biggest power plant in Israel. So if they hook up with the Israeli energy company and have a focus on energy, providing a living lab, which is a big power plant, this is something Tel Aviv cannot provide. So this is their leverage where they can attract startup in a specific niche part of what urban tech is, focusing on energy, and do that very successfully. So this is something we're trying to help other cities do, focus on where they can beat the big city, where the big city can never compete with them successfully.
Right, this is where context
Yes,
matters. Right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabi Kaminski. Thank you. And that brings us to the end of our fantastic presentations. I must say, when I saw that there was going to be 6 presentations, one after the other, I was a little trepidatious. But these have been brilliant. I've been hooked the whole time listening to what you've been doing. And I think basically because they're so authentic. These are obviously the right strategies for the right context that you've been doing. And you didn't always just tell us what you're doing well. You also told us where your challenges were. And that's where we also want to be working together. And the lunch break will be used just for that, as well as our panel discussion after lunch, and of course the workshops where you'll be able to really get into the nitty-gritty. So let's take away the fact that in order to make this work, context is key. Trust is key between the different players, and it seems to be quite a lot of fun to have metropolitan innovation centres. So congratulations to all of you for where we are right now, and I can't wait for this afternoon, which will be, we have a little bit more than an hour for lunch in 1 hour and 2 minutes. See you back here. Thank you. they're gonging now. Die Leute sind da, 7 Stück. Nee, aber nicht überall. Wir haben eine halbe Minute. Now we have light and we have sound. Welcome back. Do join us. Yep, bring your coffee, bring your whatever it is you're drinking or eating. We've got a very exciting afternoon just starting now. And if you're just joining us and missed the presentations this morning, then I feel very sorry for you on the one hand, but welcome anyway. You missed some really, really interesting presentations, which I'm sure will also be available afterwards if anyone wants to have a look at them. Yes, I'm seeing nodding. So I will certainly be delving back into them. So we now have an hour together to put all the regions that you heard this morning plus one. So we've got to have Randstad as well. Let's give a round of applause to Randstad. We now have the opportunity of bringing the regions together and discussing some of those points. Basically, the how to scale up without copying, because we've understood that just copying best practice doesn't work. Who does what? How do these public, private, academic, civil society partnerships run? Who plays which role? And I guess at the end of the day, discovering where we have differences and similarities in the regions. So I'm looking forward to a lively discussion here, but also with your voices as well. So please do use Slido. Can we just blend in the Slido slide so you get the QR code again? And I would love to have any comments. It doesn't even have to be a question. It can also be your comment on what you're hearing, and I'll try and bring that into the discussion. So this is the digital tool that you can use. Wonderful. And now let me, without any further ado, introduce our wonderful panelists. Apart from one person who we've already met, these are new faces, and that's only because Silesia did a very, very wonderful way of proving that it's public-private academic partnership by being all three of you on stage. Otherwise, new faces. Dr. John Holden is to my left, Associate Vice President for Major Special Projects at the University of Manchester. He's responsible for supporting major external bids relating to regional and national government and to private, commercial and charitable organizations. Sevik Haft, who is next to him, is head of ecosystem scale-up companies. This is why that question on what happens after their startups will be going to you. Tel Aviv Global and Tourism, the initiative started by the Mayor's Office of Tel Aviv-Yafo. Again, delegated to elevating the city's global positioning. Then you've already met him, but I very much want to introduce you again in case you're new. Professor Marek Pawelczyk is Vice President of the Silesian University of Technology and Vice President of the Association Pro Silesia, an initiative of the authorities of the Silesia region that aims to expand the areas of cooperation between different sectors, and I think they're doing a pretty good job already. Then new to us from Randstad, Professor Evelyn is my microphone, who is the scientific director at the Amsterdam Institute for Advanced Metropolitan Studies and professor of urban economics at Wageningen, I can't say it like you say it, University. And this institute is an international collaboration between MIT, Wageningen University and Research, Delft University of Technology, and the city of Amsterdam. Professor Kaisuta Nagata is president of the University of Tsukuba, so a colleague in the collaboration with the mayor who we saw before. And you were here in 2019 and signed the agreement between Tsukuba City and the city of Bochum to promote a sustainable economy and exchange between companies and research institutes, and an exchange also between citizens, which I thought was interesting, of the two cities, aiming to solve problems through implementing science and technology in society. Professor Martin Powell is here at home in the Ruhr region, rector of the Ruhr University Bochum and a member of the Coordination Council of the University Alliance Ruhr. And so thank you also to you for having us here at this summit. And last but not least, Professor Ray Gastil is from the Carnegie Mellon University that we got to know a little bit before, director at Remaking Cities Institute at the School of Architecture. And you've previously been working not only in academia, but also in government and in business. So very interesting to hear your experiences with all those different perspectives. Our wonderful panelists, meine Damen und Herren. Right, let's jump in. So my first question, and I think it would be great if we could dig a little bit deeper in how does it actually work when we're doing public-private academic partnerships in real life, right? So no one's here. We can just talk about what works and what doesn't work. Let me start, first of all, Professor Powell. You have a great trust, we heard before, in the collaboration between the different parties, but how? How did you get there and what works?
Well, I think number one, you have to move out of your comfort zone as a university in two ways. Now, we are always primed that we are competitors with each other. We have to move up in the ranking, we want more grants than our neighbor. Number one, you have to overcome that and say, and that's what we do here in the Ruhr region with the two neighboring universities, Duisburg, Essen, Bochum and Dortmund. That we say, if we really put our efforts together, if we create an association of universities, then we really can succeed to generate more than just as one alone. And the second thing is, I call it focus and critical mass, that you cannot do everything. You have to determine some areas you want to collaborate that provide added value. And there comes the step to how we reach out to society, to the economical sector, by matching your own research strengths or research efforts to economical needs and societal needs in the region. And the third part is, and that's my final answer, you have to create a really level playing field. You have to create a partnership of equals, where everybody is investing. Everybody has to bring something on the table. It could be money, it could be ideas, it could be patents, it could be people, it could be research efforts. I think to me these are the three ingredients that we try to apply here.
And how difficult is it to get that level playing field? I mean, isn't money worth more than other stuff?
Well, money doesn't help you not a lot if you can't invest it, right? So you have to bring the value of ideas. And I think, of course, universities for a long time have been seen out in left field. You know, they do their research and basic research and don't care about society. So you have to start by really inducing a culture change and go away from a picture that you say, you know, we just come to the government or to the economical sector to get your money and then we do our fun stuff. You also have to prove how you bring things to the market, how you engage in entrepreneurship and things like that. So I think it starts with a transition of universities to rethink their mission, to move more from the corner to the center of society. And I think that's what we've done quite well here in the Ruhr area.
Thank you. Professor Pawelczyk, you also said in your presentation before, you have to rethink teaching, you have to rethink universities. So it's in line really with what Professor Powell said.
That's very good to hear what Rector Powell said, because now I know that we are doing it right, that we are going in the right direction at our region because 7 public universities, in fact, were united together on the idea of Katowice as the European City of Science. So these are different universities. My university is technical university, the other is comprehensive. We have economic, music, arts, sciences, medical. So we are not in fact competing. We are a bit overlapping, but only a bit, which is sufficient for collaboration, for understanding of each other, but not so much that we can collaborate without competing. And what is really important that we also need to seek for understanding and appreciation of the region. The region means society and means also companies. That's why we gave up with the approach, classical approach to teaching, because also the students' approach changes. When I was studying, I was happy that I could study, and whatever was requested from me, I did. Mm-hmm. Now it's different because the students have very good offers to go to industry. So we need to capture them. We need to encourage them to complete the studies, because even after the second year of study, they have so many attractive job positions that they may leave, or they may leave after the first cycle of study and not go for masters. So that's why we decided to closely collaborate with the society and with the industry, so the people, the students, feel that they are engaged and they are also observed, they are monitored by the environment. So their competences are known to the companies and to the society when they are studying. That's why about 50% of our study in our programs currently is project-based oriented. So we acquire the project from industry, from the societies. They are involved in what the students do, and they can observe the students. It's much easier for them to recruit the students when they graduate, but also for the students to be in very close touch with the societies. And also the companies are very happy about the outcomes of the project, because they are very large, they are extensive, they are done with their support. So the results, in fact, is what they expect. And the result comes in 3 months, not after 2 years, like in case of master's thesis or something like this. So this is the new approach, and I think this becomes really attractive and appreciated.
Thank you. Professor van Leuven, you have been in this collaboration, an international collaboration, but also before we talk internationally, if you look at what your 2 colleagues also from academia have said about how getting out of comfort zone, how their lives have changed, would you agree? Is it with you as well?
Yeah, so the AMS Institute started 8 years ago, and it was actually a question from the City of Amsterdam. The City of Amsterdam has 2 big universities, general universities, but no technical universities. So she invited, or it was a bid, but we won. So she invited technical universities to make a proposal to do something in the city that they needed. So to educate engineers, but also to do this kind of research the city needs so much. So at Wageningen University, TU Delft, MIT, and the City of Amsterdam both fund more or less half of the institute. And we work indeed on a couple of themes, so we don't have too big scope, but we focus on technology-related issues like energy transition and circularity and mobility and food and smart sensing and climate-resilient cities. So that's our scope that we bring in. And we collaborate, we work a lot on living labs. And that's something new we had to learn as university. So, but also the city offers us these living labs. So they have a place where they want to have retrofitting, energy retrofitting. And then they have this place, a large-scale project. And then we say, okay, but you could do some cool stuff there or some important stuff there. Can we work? And then we can have some EU funding or some national funding in terms of research. We have a great case study. They have a living lab in the city. And that way we really learn. So it's the city learning from us, but the university is equally learning from the city and the challenges and what works and what does not work.
So what does that mean for your job?
For my job, well, it means I'm involved in very cool projects. And, and I get to know a lot of people from the university and from the city. And there's really coming very valuable and tangible results coming out of the institute.
Have some people, whether in academia or in government or in private sector, not managed that shift to be wearing these different hats?
Well, so I think also the interesting thing is that we are other universities inside Amsterdam, and Amsterdam is our ecosystem. We really have a building there at the core of the city center, and we do this living lab things. And then you have the two other big universities, which are doing very relevant research, but they're staying in their ivory tower, if you want, and they didn't make this step into having had this work inside the city. And I'm not saying our universities do that all the time in Wageningen and TU Delft, but that's what we came for in Amsterdam. And so for some issues in Amsterdam, and I talk to people from policymakers, and they say, yeah, that's also what they do at one of the other universities, the big universities. But they say, yeah, but we cannot communicate with them, or it's like it might be longer projects, or the result might not what we need. So there's a kind of mismatch in communication. And I think because we are dedicated there to have an impact in the city, that we also have an impact in the city.
Just one quick question from someone in the audience. What's the scope for experimentation in the Amsterdam city government? What are the restrictions?
What kind of restrictions?
Well, I guess it goes back to some of the presentations that we heard today, where we also had some questions on, for example, in Pittsburgh and in Tel Aviv, the opportunity to really go out and experiment, and you used the word living lab, and that people were going, well, what about privacy? How does that match? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, so we have different kinds of projects. So we have projects on retrofitting, and then we test certain innovations, and we ask people if it works or not, and we try to scale it up. We work with energy companies and with the municipality, and we have to, of course, also deal with all the rules. Another kind of advantage that we have is that we are in the city center at an old Navy area, where there are some slightly different rules than in the rest of the city and also in the rest of the country because of these Navy rules. So we have a bit more freedom there in experimenting, for example, with in particular some transport things. So we have the rowboat, and Carlo Ratti, who was here this morning, is also involved in that. I don't know if he told about it, but it's a fully autonomous boat. And in the harbor, we can experiment with that. And then if we want to go out, of course, we have to stick with other rules. But also on the terrain, we can work, and we, of course, have to fit to the general rules of privacy and things like that. But we have a bit more room for experimentation in the living lab place where also our building is.
Thank you. And the city of Cuba has a wonderful pilot status almost to advise national government. So that's what we saw in the presentation before. But what, Professor Nagata, what I would be interested in is also understanding international cooperation, how that works.
Right. Before going to this question, and already we understand that there used to be a university researcher is based on she's, that's all. So she's, it's okay. But we have to change that mind from the she's-driven to the needs-driven. And needs-driven means we need a variety kind of the disciplines. And then university is comprehensive. And we have the variety kind of the researchers. But sometimes we do not have corresponding to the issues. How can you achieve that? So that's we are asking the company or other university, so beyond borders, we can ask that any kind of the researchers. That's principle. Therefore, we have to show that this is the problem to be solved. And then can you collaborate with us? And then there is no border between that. That's why international or global is just as a probably old words, actually.
Right, okay. And just on the question of international as well, if Professor van Leuven, you were saying that actually Professor Ratti is working with you, just talking about the international collaboration. What would you say, also picking up on what Professor Nagata said, what is the important thing about international collaboration?
Well, I think in our case also, of course, we also have a lot of international researchers at TU Delft and Wageningen as being very international universities, but also bringing in from MIT, you also bring new ways of working and new ways of presenting your research. They're also very good at valorization and showing their research. And also, we have experience in different parts of the world, they have experience in other parts of the world, and you bring that together, and that really creates a lot of synergies.
Okay. Just listening to the four of you so far, I have the feeling that academia is doing this self-reflection process and saying, oh my goodness, we have to really change what we're doing and the way we're doing it. Now, what would you say? Is this something that is only for academia and everyone else should be doing exactly what they want to? Or, Professor Gassi, do you think that the other players also need to change?
Well, thank you. It's been... I'm going to make 2 points that I think might be useful in this context of this question. I can't help but think about, from what everyone's saying, that you have to make space for innovation. And I mean that quite literally, as well as structurally and so forth. But like when we look at the story of Pittsburgh, or we look at the question of Tel Aviv, or these kind of city lab districts and so forth, that's about making a kind of physical space for innovation and saying yes to that in certain areas, but not all necessarily, in Tsukuba as well. But that all takes really hard city work, because the only entity that can make that space through the regulatory framework and through the political framework and through the community framework that happens is actually a government role. And so, and that's something that I think we sometimes forget, because like, you know, we have some great partnerships and so forth, but if you don't have the people in the government that can actually understand these topics and have had some of the culture of innovation has made it into actually people, into the bureaucracy, let's say. If you don't get that, you have a real struggle. And I've seen those struggles, I've seen overcoming those struggles, but I think it's really important to be sure that government learns how to pull its weight in this picture. I sometimes talk about it a little bit aggressively as you need people who can talk back to the consultants. You need people who can talk back to the universities, and you really need people who can talk back to the city legislatures and aldermen and councilmen and women, although very politely. And so, but the point being that that's all ways of making space for this to happen. And I think I'm really looking at it through the importance of the government's role, which there are many resources to do that. There's many ways, but you saying yes to everything will only work if you actually do some of the political work to make it possible.
You've said you've seen some of these issues being overcome. What helps?
Well, what helps is sometimes just doing it. Going ahead and building the bike lanes, for example. Sometimes you just have to do it. I exaggerate only slightly. But other times it's that sometimes it can be that, in fact, the university leads the way, in that while it was a political cooperation with not only the city, but also the state transportation agency, which had responsibility for it, but the street right in front of Carnegie Mellon, where they were going to need to change it in order to build part of the campus across the street and so forth, became a space for a city as living lab in terms of observing what these physical changes to the bike paths, the bus paths, et cetera, really meant in terms of pedestrian safety and traffic movements and so forth, and that using all the sort of technology of the predictive algorithms and so forth that were derived looking at all this, but also ground truthing them. And so that work helps the city do it more, it's helped that the city had this amazing university partner, but it could only have happened if the city had said yes and the Department of Transportation had said yes to letting this be that place for that work. And so it is a cooperation one, but you have to develop sort of expertise and also simply attitude. What'd you call it today? Zukunftsmut.
Yeah.
You needed a little bit of that, and that's really has to be built in, because in Pittsburgh, certainly we got ahead of ourselves sometimes, because we had a mayor with enormous Zukunftsmut, but the rest of the city took a while to get there. So.
We were talking about this earlier after one of the presentations, also in terms of acceptance. Professor Nagata, is that also your experience that by building things, by getting things done, you can actually make people go, oh, it's actually not that bad, getting over the NIMBYism?
It's difficult, actually.
Can you?
It is very difficult, but I can give you one example. We are collaborating with the Toyota Motor Company, and Toyota is right now trying to create the new type of their city structure with their some small personal mobiles. In that case, we are collaborating, and they have their mechanical engineering, and they have their fuel engineering something. But they need some other area including human engineering or psychological something, or art, design, or something like that. Then we made some model type. Then we pushed this one into the government directly. Because Toyota has a very strong power through the senators, so that we always discuss with the ministry and also the senators in many areas. And then, but we need real one. Otherwise, they are not interested in that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. John Holden, there's a question that's come in here which our conversation is going in a similar direction. What kind of obstacles do you face in terms of bureaucratic culture when it comes to cooperation with public administration? What's your experience?
Well, it's a really great question. I'm sure it might have well come in from a Greater Manchester colleague. I think, I think universities and public administrations are brilliant at process and meetings and doing things in the right way, but that can quite often be very unattractive for businesses, particularly small businesses who don't have huge amounts of time to spend in committees and discussing things, and who are much more interested in the output and driving things forward. So what we found over the years in Greater Manchester is that we will set up innovation bodies which will bring together public, private and business on the triple helix model, but what you find is over time more and more public officials and academics turn up to the meetings, and fewer businesses turn up to the meetings, and they sort of drift off. What we've done recently in Greater Manchester, started during the pandemic, is create this new body called Innovation Greater Manchester, which is again on the triple helix model, but is led and has been set up by businesses themselves. So it operates in a much more dynamic way. A lot less meetings, shorter meetings. Obviously going online helps because people don't have to drive and travel, so you can fit it in much more quickly, and it's much more action orientated and project focused. So we're driving through specific projects so people can see returns from the time they're putting in a short time period.
Thank you. Anyone else see any other blockages and other obstacles within public administration? Yeah, please.
Well, I think the biggest challenge is all these changes we try to achieve together, they need time. And these projects that we are embarking on are really longer than terms of governments or terms of university administrators. So I think the biggest obstacle I see that there's a course change every other year, every 4 years. So I think that is something that at the beginning of such a collaboration in a triple helix or quadruple helix has been very clear. If we really embark on a journey together, if we really have to combine the project, it needs to be a commitment of each partner for the long term. That's, by the way, also a good way to select the people, I would say the coalition of the willing, because, and you need, from the coalition of a willing, you need a coalition of the doing, to really sign the paper that we are in this together for 10 years. And that is to me, if you don't achieve that, you run into a lot of obstacles.
And I guess that may be where you come in very, very well into the discussion, Civicsus, the question on how to keep the momentum, how not to create this sort of wow firework startup culture and then a big startup graveyard. So how do you continue? What?
Yeah, so as a representative of a municipality, I feel like I'm representing. So first of all, I wanted to say that I think it's not only about allowing or letting it be. I mean, municipalities have to be active in it and have to be leader in these projects and these initiatives, and they have to find a way how to solve it. I mean, if you have problems with bureaucracy, so you can solve it with moderating it and with using this advantage of a neutral institute, okay, that all the players can rely on. and about how making it more sustainable and not like a trend or something. So I can't speak for other cities, but what we managed to understand that we have to be, as I said, very active in the industry. Okay, I represent the innovation ecosystem in Tel Aviv, of course. And we had to know the needs of every company, even when it's big, okay? Because a lot of cities want to see, to help the companies scale or even to begin, to be founded. But we want to help them stay and help them to preserve them. So we go and we speak with every company, with the executives, and we try to understand the little needs, like if they have something on the streets, that how do the employees come to the office? How often are they coming? Where will they see the next building of them? Okay, their next, we call it campus, their next real estate. Let's plan it together. Let's think how your visitors, okay, if you have employees from abroad or investors or something that you bring to see your site, how can we improve their experience in the city? Okay, how can we help them be proud of their location? Mm-hmm. So this is generally how we try to keep the wow.
Do you have any data? I mean, how many of your startups become established companies?
That's a great question. We saw something very interesting in the last years that we used to call ourselves the startup nation, and we had a lot of startups, a lot of acquisitions and exits. But in the recent years, we understood that we became kind of the scale-up nation, maybe city, because they wanted to stay in Tel Aviv. They wanted to build the company and not only to sell it to bigger companies. Of course, we still have exits, but we do see it. And in 2021, which was a really strong year for us, a really good year for us, the number, the summarized number of the companies didn't rise as much as the scale-up companies number rise. So we had a big amount of companies that became scale-up companies, which we define more than 100 employees and more than $10 million of incomes every year. And we had a huge scale of this number specifically, because we understood that we could, with them, of course, it's not only us, it's this collaboration, but we managed to create an ecosystem, an active ecosystem, which people can talk together, which where people can be inspired by others.
And as you said, also planning their future together with people who are asking the right questions. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Pavlicek.
I'm hearing to the discussion, and I have some thoughts because I was also supporting the government in development of the regulations about innovation. So first, I wanted to realize what innovation is. And when we look into the definition, it is said more or less that it is something new and so on, but finally it should be implemented. Mm-hmm. If it is not implemented, it's not innovation. So this is a problem which I have, and I think most of the universities in Poland have, how to transfer the technology into practice. I believe that when we are universities, we need to have a good balance between a kind of service offered to the societies, to the industry, and research. Yes, because research needs, as Rector said, needs time. Sometimes something which is not very well defined at the beginning, after some time may bring very new and breakthrough results. That's why, for instance, my university is offering some kind of grants for the breakthrough research which would not be financed by anybody, because everybody would say, okay, it has no chance. But we say, okay, let's try, and we give you money for 2 years, and we shall see. But anyway, how to transfer the technology, because the problem is that many researchers don't have competence and don't like, in fact, to be involved in implementation.
Right.
They do the research, then they provide it to the certain readiness level, and they want to take care of their publications, of their career development as a researcher, take a new project. And I think that we are losing a lot of almost developed solutions, yes? So this is a problem, what to do and how to make the next step. Sometimes it requires low investment, sometimes even not investment, but interest of somebody and support to take this.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this.
Yeah, I would like to add there. I think indeed time is very important. So you need to know each other, and there needs to be consistency in the people that working, also in the institute. So it's not for 5 years, but for 10 or preferably longer. And I think also how to make it work. I think trust is very much important. So trust between the academic side and the city side. And what we also have in our institute, we have a group of program developers, as we call them. So they're based both in the university, and they are also in our institute in Amsterdam, and they talk a lot with the municipality. And they're also there not for 4 years, but now, well, we're 8 years old, so some people are there for 8 years. So they really have this network, both at the university side and the city side. And then you create trust. And also, if there's an opportunity inside the city or a question, they know where to find us. And the other way around, the researchers also know, okay, I have this invention or this technology which is ready to be implemented, or at least to try out, and I know where to go to and to plug it in. And I think that's really an important step.
You've just answered a question which has also been posed here on the digital tool. How do you handle the different logics of university and public administration, peer-reviewed article and ways of careers in university on the one hand, and challenges in the city that are perhaps not a main topic in science? Now, I'd like to perhaps question that last bit, because we've been talking about needs-based research, but maybe, Professor Powell, is there no more room for research which is not needs-based?
Of course, but I think we should go away from a paradigm that there's basic research and applied research. I think I only know good research and maybe not so good and excellent research, and we can bring the best people together to serve the needs of society, then we have the best impact that can be achieved. And I think this is something we have to, and not every professor at a university is capable of being an entrepreneur, but we can do a lot to induce that thinking. And one way to do this is going the way how we reward careers in universities. At the moment, it's about basically how many papers you publish, and maybe a little bit of teaching. But if you say you also can make a career if you get a lot of patents, and if you can support researchers to really start up companies and things like centers of entrepreneurship to help them, then we see a lot of change in that mindset. So it's also the way of supporting it. And it's the last thing, I come always back to it, our mantra is, I would call it, collaboration is the new competition. If you are, I think that's going to be the future. If you can put together clusters of researchers, public sector, private sector, to go to the same goal, then you are competitive in the future. The notion that we're all single players and all brilliant, it's maybe true for some, huh? So there are also only a few Nobel Prizes giving out every year, yeah? But if you really bring it together as a collaborative effort, then we can make impact.
Thank you. Before we leave this question of who's doing what, who are the players, how does that work, there's an interesting question that came in. How much involvement from your national governments in micromanaging the development of your specific region is necessary, and when is it too much, and why? Why don't we go to the UK, where devolution has played a role, but what about national government?
Yeah, so for those of you not familiar with the UK is the most centralised country in the developed world. So you have a very strong parliament and local authorities which are are relatively weak in terms of powers and funding, and we've been through a period of austerity over the past 12 years, which has disproportionately hit local governments. So they're finding that the majority of their budget is going on just delivering basic services and not having enough funding to support economic growth. What we've done in Greater Manchester is taken a different approach to how we manage that. In the late 2000s, the 10 local authorities came together that covers the metropolitan area and created a new authority, the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, and agreed with government that we'd have a directly elected mayor for that area in return for a series of devolved powers. So it now means that we have in Greater Manchester much greater control over transport, policing, the health and care system, and economic development. So we've got much more flexibility in a UK context to invest in things that drive growth. That said, the role of central government is still central, and we have, it waxes and wanes, and it's probably in a dip at the moment, but we have managed to successfully collaborate with government over that period to secure their support and backing for our initiatives. So earlier this year, we agreed with them that our Innovation Greater Manchester programme would be a national pilot for something called an Innovation Accelerator. And that will gives us the opportunity to co-create an innovation strategy for Greater Manchester with national government. So local government, business, universities, and national government are all working to the same plan, and it comes backed with access to a £100 million fund to fund pilot projects over the next 2 years, but looking to drive more. Well, to use public sector funding to drive more private sector funding into.
So it's less that national government is there to micromanage. On the contrary, it's actually there to create the space for you to run and to innovate.
Yes, I think that would be the ideal. I think it still works in the UK. It's still a bit, we do the work locally, send it to colleagues in national government, they mark our homework, send it back, so it's still that.
Got it. What about in Germany?
We are a federal republic, so not centralized, but it's the same system. I think you have to think in concentric circles. It starts with your regional initiatives. There you have to really put your efforts together. Then you see how that can be linked with national initiatives, how you can write into that. But you have to start with the region, I believe. And of course, that continues then, of course, also in the national arena. So it really starts here, and it's a continuum to move through the national landscape to then the national and global arena.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And one thing that local does well, I think, in all the cities that are represented here, is understand their place, understand their strengths, their weaknesses, develop a consistent long-term strategy, and then, I think we're all successful in plugging that into whatever, upper tiers of government come up with and their latest whims. So, that consistency, I think, for me, is one of the key cells of local government.
Yeah, briefly, I have give you another example though. Actually, I completely agree with what you said. So good research, that's it. And then, for example, Sankai-san here, he developed the new skeleton type of the robotic engineer. But Japanese government never applied this one into the society. And he chose the Denmark and Germany. And he's now working here in Germany and to distribute that his technology into the society. So sometimes, sometimes Japan, well, each government has that each some problem or politics. So that he's now beyond the borders and go to Germany and Denmark.
Right, well, welcome. We can use you here. Lovely, thank you. All right, so I think what we're established, just to summarize, is that it's going to take time to get these important collaborations running and off the ground, and not just getting things started, but getting the durability. But we are seeing a lot of good practice here. We're seeing that it's definitely worthwhile. I'd like to know now, we have this international group of people, maybe can start with you, Professor Gastier. Which of these experiences, everything that we've heard today, could be transferred, could really be translated to other regions. And perhaps we could also pick up on something which was noted during the presentation on Pittsburgh this morning about what about the people? What about really making sure that we take the people with us? Is there anything, for example, that you say, hey, we could learn from? How could that function?
There's a few questions.
Sorry.
That's my kind of question. That's 4 questions at once. I appreciate it, though. It's really, I'll say, I saw so much great work. I'm going to say, and because I've talked about it with my Pittsburgh fellow delegation member, Sean, I really want to know more about the Tel Aviv city zone. I think there's some aspects of that that we didn't quite get to in Pittsburgh that I think we could get to.
What, for example?
That you really try to have a sort of, not just sort of next to the university or not just in a section of downtown, which Sean knows very well, that kind of work, but really find some more areas where we can really sort of say, we really are going to go for broke here. And like really try all kinds of new things, and not just on one little innovation plaza, but more sites than that, and all the different things we can use. We're doing this now in a sense with innovation mobility hubs, but at the same time, we need to go further. And I think we need another look at some new models about how to accomplish that. And that's, I think there's something to be learned from there. But there were so many, I mean, there's the whole, I know the Pennsylvania State Legislature, and we're never going to have a science city zone for Pittsburgh. I wish we could, but I want to learn more. I do want to learn about Tsukuba, but I don't think we'll ever have a national policy at that level for that type of work. But there's, I think bringing the people with you is the other really important part of your question, which 3 things struck me today. One, in thinking about Professor Roddy's presentation, which, and others too, which was, there are many different types of ways of bringing the people with you. Some of it involves incredibly intense, one-on-one, really deep work with communities, which we've tried to develop in our new versions of community planning. We're trying to learn from some of the work here and what we've learned in the Ruhr, as well as other regions today. But some of it is also that you have to take advantage of the contemporary technologies that, like, you actually pay attention to what's happening on social media. Mm-hmm. And even though the best things, in a way, happen in terms of a very close, intimate working relationship with people, at the same time, just wherever you get your feedback, it's that feedback loop. And to be very transparent about how you're going to be listening to people, that it's not just your Twitter feed, which seemed to be the way that our government was run at one point. I won't comment further. And I'm really not even talking about the national one. But it's there's really it's use all the tools we've got for feedback, and that's really what I have learned from, and I'm going to dive into some of the different ways, whether it's the way that Roddy sees them getting feedback in. Potentially in Helsinki or his other projects, or whether it's the way that so many other people have described the kind of feedback they get. Because I think we have to use all those tools as much as we try and go deeper as well in the kind of, whichever model you might choose in deliberative democracy or some other, but those kind of deep ways to try and resolve asymmetrical knowledge. That was what I got out of that.
Mm. Yes, please.
In the context of your question and today's discussion, I realized one thing, and I developed one motto for my operation, and it says, "Don't repeat, improve." So I think that this is about this question. What you said, we may learn from the other regions, yes, but because our regions are different. Yes, so we may try to implement what is the best, but accommodate and improve. Yes, so this is important because it's impossible to copy.
Yeah, I think that came across very, very strongly.
Yes, yes.
We can model, but we can't copy best practice. One thing that did strike me, just talking about similarities and differences and whether any of that can be translated, is that some of the presentations this morning really focused on a green and just innovative transformation, and others didn't. And I wonder to what extent the green and equitable transition is at the core of your innovation ecosystems or not. Any thoughts on that? How is it in Tel Aviv? How important is the innovation transformation that it's green and just?
Do you mean in aspects of the global warming?
For example.
Yes, so I'm not sure I understood the question.
So some of what I noticed in, I think it was the Ruhr and in Silesia, in Greater Manchester, we were very much talking about the green and equitable innovative transformation. And I didn't pick that up in Tel Aviv. Now, it doesn't mean it's not there, but we'll be talking about marketing in a minute, and I wonder if that's something which is there, but you just don't talk about it, or is it something that you think you could pick up on?
Okay, so we do talk about it in Tel Aviv and in other platforms. We have a very small country and city, and we don't have this, assets of such a heavy industry. So our green transformation is a little bit different, but we do want to lead in this field as much as the other fields, even though most of the markets of our companies are not in Israel, they are abroad. We want to lead in this field, and we want to lead in the green field as well. In the
nature.
So we do have a lot of companies who try to do it, and as a municipality, we want to take their abilities and advantages to help and to create new solutions for the city. And just now we are planning a kind of a round table. We are taking part in the C40 agreement, if you know that. And as part of that, we are creating an alliance with the strong and successful companies in the city in order to find solutions for these challenges in the city.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I also, in our institute, that's really at the core, the green and inclusive. And the green one comes, I would say, also from the universities. But TU Delft and Wageningen is a university focusing on food and healthy ecosystems. So it's really in the DNA of the universities, but then it's also the city that's about the inclusivity. And so if we come up with an interesting solution, then the people from the city, when we talk about the research projects, yeah, but does it work for everyone? Or is it really working? So that really combines really nicely. And also Amsterdam is one of the cities that wants to be circular in 2015. They're very strong about it. They also really embrace the donut economic framework, for example, and then really try to have that thinking. And that also brings in companies. So that combination of the university and the city really want to have this kind of impact and go that direction. Also means that cities also come up with solutions that fit in there. And I think then jointly, there are synergies and also upscaling.
It's a common narrative, yeah.
Well, I think even if it didn't come out in the presentation, in the end of the day, we do this engagement because we try to attack the challenges that threaten society today. And they are green and equity, these are the two biggest. One of the two biggest, climate change, the energy crisis, and of course the big threat of inequality in our society. So if we do one thing good, that we put these two mottos in all our activities, and I think that's how we can contribute best to the future.
Yeah, totally agree with everything that's been said. The green agenda is front and center, as you heard from the mayor's presentation earlier, and really that was initially driven by public authorities setting a really ambitious target for net zero, but increasingly firms just want to do it anyway because it makes business sense. And when we're speaking to inward investors, they don't want to go into buildings that don't meet the criteria around environment because it doesn't hit all their corporate social responsibility angles. So I think increasingly that's just business as usual. I think on the social side, it is critical, and I think one thing I've seen throughout the 3 days I've been here is that the spatial inequality really matters as well, and the spatial geography of the innovation economy. And I think here and in Greater Manchester, you've got a rich south which has got really dense R&D assets, high productivity, high wages, but a poorer north where they're not connected into that. And I know we're thinking hard about how can we get more R&D innovative activity in lower productivity parts of the city region, and the SEAT factory is a really great example that we'll be taking back with us.
So we're starting to run out of time, but I'd love to get some voices on marketing. So how do we turn what is a really brilliant metropolitan region in a small area, but no one knows about it, into an international brand? What's your answer? Very quick, what's your answer?
Okay, so first of all, we work very hard in this area. Our team works on the local brand. We try to straighten the local identity of the companies and the resident and the universities and all the players in our city. And we want them to be our, like they will attract people to the city and show them the city. And all the time we try to think from the client eyes, client journey, what he will see, who he will meet. Does he have enough English in the streets? How will be his experience in the city? And all the time work to leverage it and to publish everything that happens in the city, including of festivals, small successes of small startups, even and IPOs and everything. We have like we leverage it to the common value of bringing the city. Yeah.
Okay, so it's making sure that the people see what they're supposed to see as they go through, and this is an international focus. Professor Nagata.
Yeah, so my answer is just human resources. Okay, to extend globally, or to develop globally, or to maintain innovation globally. So you need the next generation always. So that's education and to nurture of the new generation is very important. During the education, a young guy understand that for example, green is very important point, or any other innovation is necessary for society. That without human resources, we cannot do anything. So that's maybe we have to nurture of the promising young guys. That's my answer.
Right, so this is very interesting. So we need, on the one hand, we need the beautiful picture, the client experience. On the other hand, we need to really make sure that we can deliver what we promise with the next generation coming after. What else?
Yeah, so I think there's I guess it's a crowded field internationally, isn't it? And you've got to make yourself stand out. And I think one thing that was struck by at the start is that everybody apologised for having the same presentation because we're all focused on the same things. Green transition, AI, life sciences, advanced materials. So I think having a distinctive voice in that is really critical. In Greater Manchester, we deliberately took an approach of using the Manchester brand as the attack brand. So we don't promote Greater Manchester, we don't promote the city of Salford or the borough of Rochdale because they don't have the same resonance as Manchester does on the international stage. And what we try to do is use a Manchester brand, the people's knowledge of football, and use that as a gateway to say, well, actually, Manchester's more than that, and it does have a really strong R&D economy.
Interesting. What about in
And of course, you show your strengths and your critical mass. We don't market the 52 cities here. We market this region as the largest metropolitan region in Germany with the most museums and the most theaters. And then you attract people also internationally. If you would do this as an individual city, you would be not as successful. Show your strengths.
Thank you.
And to show, I think, what is unique and extraordinary. For instance, Silesia or these regions cannot, let's say, try to mimic the cities which have castles or something like this. Yes, we will not build a castle and try to promote that we are like them. We have something different, like this center here, yes. So we are unique and extraordinary in different ways, so we need to expose this. And obviously what is good, yes. So
really building on your strengths and turning what may have been an disadvantage.
This will also attract the others to come to us, to join us and collaborate.
So just very, very briefly, right at the end, Professor Gastil, you've already said you're going to go to Tel Aviv and get some, that this is where you want to get some further inspiration. Sorry?
Some hummus, I was thinking.
Falafel, hummus. Go on.
So I'd love to hear from each one of you, but really, really quick. Where's the region that you're going to go to next? Because you say, that's where I want to be inspired. I'm going to give you another chance as well. You get to.
Well, I've been trying to get to Manchester for 20 years, so I think it's time.
I think so. Great. What about you?
No, I think, I'm not saying I'm going in that region, and we're not supposed to name best practices, but, what it brings us together is that we all have shown that we have the power to manage transitions. And that is something how we could market us together as a group of regions.
That's resilience, right?
Just for welfare and to make everything peace, that's all. That's the next region. That's I want to go.
Thank you. Where would you like to go?
I also like the Tsukuba example of how to work with companies and big companies and how you can collaborate and also get something out of that. I think that will be a nice example for our institute in Amsterdam.
You're sitting next to each other. What about you?
I think I would like to stay in the region I live because it's because it's in the process of the transition. It's not finished yet. So I know what the plans are, and if they are continued and if they are successful, I think that after some years, I believe I will be able to experience this. Will become much better developed than it is even now.
Thank you. What about you, Tel
I'm
Aviv?
curious about how Pittsburgh organizations, which are non-governmental organizations, took control about the innovation industry and try to leverage it. So.
Thank you. This is the start of a perfect relationship.
Oh, I'm going to jump in and offer to do a house swap with Ray, and he can stay in mine, and I'll go and visit him in Pittsburgh. I think the transition from heavy industry into the digital sector is fascinating. The role of sport in that as well is really fascinating. But yeah, happy to come and visit anybody.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, everybody, our wonderful panelists. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, do take a seat just for a few minutes while I introduce the afternoon's session. And I think what we've heard is, okay, don't repeat, improve, but doing that means really having a good look at what's going on around you in the different regions and learning from them. So, what's next? This. So don't get scared, you will not get lost, I promise. This is now the invitation to giving you the opportunity for lots of discussion. I'm going to be very brief. There are 5 workshops, and you have registered for one, but if throughout the day you've seen, hey, it would actually be good if our delegation perhaps moved away from each other, then you can go to a different one. So number 1 is on governance strategies of sustainable metropolitan transformation with Dr. Bickmeyer, who I'm going to ask to just wave. There she is. And that is in room 1, hall 12. 2, international networking and representation of innovation ecosystems with Jürgen Hein. There he is. In the hall 2, which is a 4-minute walk, and we will follow you if we're going there, right? Great. Then 3, energy system transformation for a sustainable and green future with Professor Löschel, who is probably already in the room. Namely the Rundeindicker, which is a 6-minute walk. Who's going to be the leader to the Rundeindicker room? Can I have it? There are people standing around it. If you want to go to the Eindicker Raum, then you follow those. Smart health is number 4, lessons from the pandemic with Professor Hilbert, who's there. And that's also in hall 12. By the people, for the people, number 5, social innovation with Dr. Kaletka, who is already in the room, waiting nervously for you. Hall 6, which is a 3-minute walk. So if you are not in this room, then that means go out and ask people, because they're going to lead you exactly to where you're going, unless you're with Professor Hein, who's there. There he is. So my suggestion would be that if you are leading a group and you're here, go and stand at the back and make yourself very conspicuous, and then people can follow you. And we'll see you here, back here, at 4:30 after a very short break. Enjoy your conversations. Thank you.